people being senseless. No, I am well aware of what Palantir does. It's just very funny to the way he talks. I don't know. Like, he's equally scary as all those other people, but he's just such a weird character alongside of it. It's bizarre. Like, I don't know. There's people that are high up in the tech world that are, like, insufferable and just make me angry whenever they talk. Like, Jeff Bezos is kind of in that category. But then there's ones where they're, like, kind of interesting to listen to, weirdly fascinating, and also, like, oh my god, we're all fucked. And that's how I feel when I see Alex Karp talking. Unlike, what's his fucking name? Peter Thiel. He has a very punchable face. I just want him to shut up and go away whenever he talks. Same with, like, Mark Zuckerberg. Like, Mark Zuckerberg just kind of makes me mad. Whenever I see him talking, I'm just like, shut up, you idiot. Like, just go back to your fucking island that you rent evicted thousands of people from. Like, just go away. Like, just go away. Like, just go away. I guess Bezos is kind of in the funny cartoon villain area, but, like, not quite. He still kind of irritates me. I mean, Tim Sweeney is my mortal enemy, and I will never forgive Tim Sweeney for what he did to Bandcamp. Although, did you guys, this is somewhat video games related. Did you guys see the Tim Sweeney quote about Steam? And why he's mad at Steam right now? Because Valve has the AI disclosure tag, right? Like, if you use more than, like, I'd be willing to bet most people that are just using, like, a coding assistant aren't disclosing that in Steam. But if you're using more than just, like, I guess what is considered socially acceptable amounts of machine engineering to build a product, you have to disclose that on Steam. And presumably most people who are doing that are. And it's really funny because Tim Sweeney is out there saying that that's, like, limiting progress, blah, 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 like, putting out this speech about how mad that makes him. Because, like, if you want your game to sell, you have to put it on Steam. Like, if your game is going to be successful, it has to be on Steam. Meanwhile, he's really annoyed about this. Because he's also announcing, like, well, his company, Epic Games, announcing the new Unreal Engine, which is removing a lot of tools developers like and replacing them with a lot of prompt-based tools. Combine that with a study coming out last November, which ran for, that started last November and ran until late December, from the Video Game Oracle, which is like, they're like a consulting firm and analytics firm that, like, follows the games industry. And they put out this study using public data, which more or less correlates having the AI disclosure tag on Steam as equaling to 60 to 70% less sales than you would have otherwise, based on the amount of wish lists, based on the amount of, like, views your page gets, based on the amount of feature time your page gets, based on the number of reviews your page has. It's insane how effective that tag on Steam is. It makes perfect sense why, like, Tim Sweeney's pissed. He's just sitting there, like, mad as hell because, like, working on this thing that's very prompt-based, removing a lot of features developers really like. Also, probably you'll have to say so if you're using that engine because it's being built around that tech fundamentally. So everybody's going to have to disclose it. It's just very funny to me. It's like, I understand why you're all mad there, buddy. Like, calm down. Come back down to reality and stop suing Apple. Fortnite isn't making you as much money as it did 5 years ago. You're going to run into money troubles if you keep doing what you're doing. Like, seriously. I'm starting to get a little bit worried about Epic Games. Like, you know, there's a lot of turmoil in the games industry right now, and it's a lot of people pointing at like Xbox and PlayStation. I wonder about Epic. Like, I do actually wonder about Epic. Like, I know Fortnite still makes piles of money, but like, they've spent a lot of dumb money on dumb shit. And that is how you tank a company. It's like Windows falling below 60% of desktop share for the first time ever. Yeah, no, absolutely, miracles. Absolutely. Windows is like, it's like, hold on, let me look at the article that I saw. I was reading about it yesterday. I'll get you the exact number. This was sent to me by a friend. Windows drops under 60% in global desktop OS share for the first time in years. Windows falls to 56.55%. Here, I'll link this if you guys want to go look at the data. It's about to be epic fail. I mean, Epic hasn't had an epic fail since Paragon? But Linux jumping up slowly. Like, that's kind of a heavy graph. The reality is, like Apple is partying. Because, like, they're going up as fast as Linux is. But I mean, honestly, Apple gaining some traction is a good thing because it'll make compatibility for Apple products better too, alongside of compatibility for Linux products getting better. Yeah, no, I mean it's a good thing. There is zero issue with this. Like, Windows losing market share means they'll have to make Windows better if they want to keep having market share. It's good for, like, open desktops. If we could get to a situation where it's like 30-30-30, that would be, like, perfect. I mean, I don't believe Chromebooks are real. I realize that's a dumb thing to say, but Chromebooks don't seem real to me. I don't know. I know they are, but forgot about Paragon. It's far gone from your memory. Yeah. I do. You know, I poke fun at Apple a little bit when it comes to video games, just because, like, them being on their own silicon does make porting games really difficult for Apple. Does make porting games to Apple very difficult for developers. But I think a world where, like, things like Proton get better for other OS compatibility is net positive for everybody. You play DF on a Chromebook? Oh, hell yeah. Wait, hold on. Are you running that through Proton? Old man's ass. Yeah, there's a lot of things that Apple does that I don't like, but at the very least, they take user privacy pretty seriously. All right, so I have to make a Woodworkers Guild because I'm behind, and I have to make a Craftsdwarfs Guild because I'm behind. Let's do a real quick overview of the fortress and then dive in. Actually, before I dive in, a little bit of housekeeping. This week's going to be a little weird. I'm not going to stream tomorrow, but I am going to stream on Saturday. And I'm not going to stream next week. I've decided to do it this way because Next week, I go to a festival, and I leave Wednesday night. I will be gone like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and I will be back late Sunday. So if I were to stream next week, I would get a full stream in on Tuesday and like a 5-hour stream, maybe, in on Wednesday. And that would be stressful for me. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to stream this Saturday, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm going to be working on a video. I want to do a video out of the last fort that we built, which was Witch Raptor, similar to, you know, all the other big videos that I make. But I need to just sit down and do it. And it's much easier for me to make a video like that if I just start working on it. So I'm going to just sit down and start working on it. If I manage my time well, Friday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I might be able to get it mostly done by next week. Because next week, I start working for KitFox, so I'm going to have less time. And I would like to get another video done before all of that really starts, because it's going to take a little bit longer for me to get videos out. So that's my plan for this next week. So we get stream today, and then short-ish stream on Saturday. Does that work for everybody? I'll be posting on Discord and Fluxer about this. What you gonna KitFox for? So I will be working for KitFox temporarily for 3 months. It's going to be about 10 hours a week. I'll make some sort of video announcing it. It's going to be 10 hours a week. Pretty minimal. I will be helping with community management stuff. So I'll be helping with their social media. I'll be helping their YouTube channel. I will be helping with managing their Discord server. I will be helping with that kind of community-facing communication stuff. Yeah, the very corporate KitFox arc. It's just 3 months. It's a temporary contract for the summer because they are really busy. I mean, if you go look at their portfolio, they have a bunch of games releasing. And also, it turns out I know a little bit about 2 of their most complicated games. I know quite a bit about Caves of Cud, and there's Caves of Cud stuff happening. I know quite a bit about Dwarf Fortress, in case you didn't know. And so I can very easily work on those 2. And the other games that they have running in their docket right now are like there's Thousand Hells, which is like a narrative adventure, and there's Astronauts. So there will probably be some Astronauts streams because I need to learn Astronauts. And it really, it's like, it's a way for me to make additional income during the slow season, which is summer, during a volatile period anyway, without having to get corporate sponsorship. Where can you find my business email? My website. There's a contact button. blindIRL.com. Well, not really, Cookies, Marcus Scream. Like, not really. It's one of those, like, it's already too late kinds of things. Except for Streets of Fortuna, you played the other 3. Streets of Fortuna is, like, still very much unfinished in alpha states. So I think plan for Fortress right off the bat is I need to get a Woodworkers Guild, and I need to get a Craftsdwarfs Guild. Although we're running out of time, and I don't want to piss everybody off. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. Guild Hall. Woodworkers Guild. Meeting Hall. Guild Hall. Craftsdwarfs Guild. It's kind of cheaty, but that will give me a high enough value that those will just go away for the time being while I go build a proper one. It's just, no, it is legally employment, which is, I had the most confused phone call with my mom, like maybe ever. Like I was on the phone with my mom talking about something completely unrelated, and then was like, oh, by the way, I got a job. And she was like, what? It might be the only time in history that somebody's told their mom, I got a job, followed by confused, concerned, what? What are you talking about? Don't be silly. It was very funny. It's legal corporate bribery to get them to work for it. So, chat, I want to make a... Okay, so, you know the meme? It's like addressing the allegations when YouTubers just make a video where it's like addressing the allegations that it's something really dumb. I want to make a video called Addressing the Allegations. I know you're joking, don't worry. I can read a joke. That one's funny. I want to make a video called Addressing the Allegations. Except it's just people accusing me that I work for KitFox or Bay12. Because people have, like, said, do you work for KitFox or did you make this game about as long as I've been covering Dwarf Fort? So if you want to go leave a comment on one of my videos saying, do you work on... Do you work for the studio? I might include that. I'll blur out your username, though. Just saying. Addressing the allegations, man. Because I do actually need to disclose that. So, that's why I've been talking about it. It's kind of an honor. If you were to ask me that, like, 10 years ago, I'd be pretty precious and say that it's, like, a conflict of interest. But at this point, realistically, I don't do much in the way of journalism-type work. Like, I do interviews occasionally, but I think that the people who watch my stuff all know that I'm pretty biased towards Dwarf Fortress. So I'm a bit less concerned with it than I was a number of years ago. I'm actually going to set this all to blueprints. On one hand, like, yeah, no, it's like, what's the issue? There really isn't any, realistically. Mr. Big Shot now. Yet, realistically, like... Yeah, I don't know. How's it going, Scapegoat? Or, not Scapegoat, Soapgoat. It's going pretty good. Named Dwarves in the Fort, Soapgoat, you're still alive. We got Lariska. We got Mengus. We've got, Wolfist Wolf. We've got Miles. We've got Darut and Eric and Pebble. I should enable the thing. We got Moreb, Stormwolf. Pebble, God of Pebbles, is the leader of this fort, who's kind of one of the main characters of this faction. She's my chief medical dwarf, and also the dwarf that took over expedition leader when the original one died. Pebble, God of Pebbles, is a bit of a character. She dreams of ruling the world, which is pretty unique. She personally believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time. She values merrymaking and parties and sees power over others as something to strive for, finds romance distasteful, values family, and believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. From what I get, she hates her lover, who's Soapgoat, and maybe not hates, but like has no interest in romance or lust, but just dreams of raising a family and will never tell him because she will conceal emotions. Meanwhile, Soapgoat, who is our captain of the guard, is a very angry dwarf, which is really interesting because, like, he's in a constant state of internal rage, but incredibly calm. So he won't start a fight physically, but is constantly pissed off. And whenever something negative happens to him, he's outraged. He's literally like a Twitter poster, see? Outraged. Like, sometimes you'll see, like, depressed or irritated or, like, sad. It's very rare that you see outraged specifically. Whenever something negative happens, he's outraged. So he's outraged remembering dining in a poor dining room. Outraged! Which is very funny. So, like, these are kind of my main characters for this fort. The goal of it is just kind of, not a theme, not a challenge really, but the theme for this fortress is, basically noble supremacy / kind of a light, cave, like Stone Age caveman thing. We're only using blunt weapons. All dwarves have to sleep in dormitories unless they're a noble in the nobles list, at which point then they get a bedroom and an office and a dining room. So I'm like over caring for nobles, kind of neglecting the rest of the dwarves. You want a dwarf that bonks. You mean in the military? Beard or no beard? Terminal wetness. You are a dabbling mace dwarf still in a squatty by your selfie. Beard. Well, pay attention to this, Senbis, real closely, and then maybe. The first person in the YouTube chat to put 3 pickaxe emojis into the chat can get a dwarf. He is confident, otherwise you need to get the dwarf redeem here on Twitch. He is confident under pressure, and he is quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He tends to not reveal personal information. Unless you're subscribed to Tier 2 on my blog or on Twitch, which then gives you access to !DORF on the Twitch side, which lets you skip the line. He tends to not reveal personal information. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He isn't particularly ambitious. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He is a friendly individual and needs alcohol to get through the working day. You don't have to be a member. You just have to be quick on the pickaxes. There you go. TBTB in the YouTube chat. Would you like a beard or no beard? He personally disregards tradition, values honesty, and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and dreams of creating a great work of art. He personally likes bitchblende, lead, varicite, mule hoof, and hatch covers, and the sound of the lacy silk, and when possible prefers to consume strangler. Whoa. And pond turtle, and bayberry wine, and pearl mullet flour. He hates oysters. He's a member of the Crazy Goat, and is wearing the leather armor. Thanks for the 50 money units, Sembis. No, I don't take bribes. So I don't give, like, people dwarves for asking or tipping me, Sembis. Like, straight up. So I will not give you a dwarf for that. But thank you for the 50 unit of money. I appreciate that. I can give you a table or something. The thing is, if I gave a dwarf to every single person who had asked, there would never be a single unnamed dwarf in the fort. So I have to limit it. You either have to use Twitch chat to get the redemption, which is every 25 minutes, or when I throw one out like I did with this, you have to post the emojis as requested. That's how that works. Absolutely, Troubled. I used to just name anybody a dwarf when they asked before the Steam version released, when I had like 50 to 80 people watching, and we never had any unnamed dwarves. And I would spend like an hour naming dwarves every time, like a migrant wave showed up. Maybe not an hour, but 20 minutes. And I don't want to do that anymore. He is confident. I already read that. He likes pitch play. I read the Strangler bit. You don't have any family. You worship Estrith, who is the god of torture and misery. Yes, the most popular one. And you're a member of the Untoward Faith, which is the most popular religion in the faction. And you have some passing acquaintances and no friends. The Crazy Goat was your squad. Was your squad. No longer is your squad because you are captain of the guard now. I will give you additional people when I find them. Am I going to do that right now? No, because I'm busy, Argro. There you go. Just because you asked nicely. You now have this great, Sembis. Because you're great. TBTB. You got no preference? Could you get a minor? You usually have interesting stories. I mean, you can select one of these if you like. Got 3 near the top. I actually genuinely, honestly do not know. Maybe. You do what you want to do, Jack BB. Probably. Maybe. I think. I don't think it's worth worrying about. Like, if you just want to have both up, just have both up. But let's go with this one for TBTB. Roughness Bristle. TBTB. Oh, although they asked for somebody specific. Let me give you long enough. Unless there was somebody... in Saxel? That one? I mean... Yeah, there isn't one with a name like that, so we'll just go with that tour here. TBTB wants to be with friends and family. Has family in the fort, actually. You've got your nephew, Toasted, is in the fort, as well as Obak, your younger half-sister. He never falls in love or develops positive feelings towards anything. He has an overbearing personality and lacks confidence in his abilities. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, not squares the lack of natural tendency, and he can handle stress. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he can sometimes act without deliberation. He is a friendly individual, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is getting used to tragedy. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally thinks that the pursuit of skills of warfare and fighting is a low pursuit indeed. And he values hard work. He likes native platinum, brass and blue jade, green glass, coral, shields and armor stands, and goats for their eating habits. Giant capybaras for their resonant barking. What? And taro for their roots. Oh, we do have taro roots here. As well as the Festival of Pantomiming and the Site of the Wondrous Queen. And when possible, prefers to consume steelhead trout and artichoke wine, and absolutely hates purring maggots. You're a member of the Passionate Anvil, and here... That's interesting. You like different music than other people. You do have a lover named Udib, who doesn't live here. And who may or may not be dead. And some... Not a bad little family. No friends here, though. You haven't been here that long. That's a lot of webs. Yeah, that cavern layer is very webby. What do you guys think about starting to develop a game inspired by DF and RimWorld? It's a colony sim. I guess the question is, what's your goal? It's actually a pretty crowded subgenre, which is, I think, very difficult to get into if you're trying to make it as a business. And the reason I say that is because the games that people play, it's kind of like Fortnite. It's kind of like, trying to make a Destiny. It's kind of like trying to make a big live service game, but as an indie game. And the reason I say that is it's hard to get into games like this because people who like games like this are either already playing Dwarf Fortress, or they're playing RimWorld, or they're playing games like Timberborn. And usually it's hard to get people out of that. Or they're playing Oxygen Not Included. There's been very good colony builders that have come in on the fringes that never really stick around very long. Going Medieval, I think, was kind of the last one that did well. But, there's been more. Nobody's played them. So I think it's a very, Odd Realm is one that comes to mind, where it's that's objectively a very good game. And has, 11 people playing. Very, very tall aquifer. Ooh, that's fun. Good luck. For example, if your mayor dies, I want to set up a nice area beforehand, but it's a nice way to find an area. But what's the best way to find an area again, or how do you do it? Do you memorize the major bedroom office? What do you mean? Do you have, if you're trying to make an area for your mayor, you just, something like this. It's just an office and a bedroom, or an office and a dining room and a bedroom. But you can set it up however you want, in whatever order you want. This is my mayor's bedroom, this is my mayor's office, and this is my mayor's dining room. Up here, it'll tell you what their needs are if you hover your mouse over it. Also, you want me to make leather armor. We'll just make 3 per season. Yeah, you would need to reassign it. I mean, I just put it somewhere where I know where it is. Generally. Space Haven is 10 years old and older than Oxygen Not Included, I think. It might not be. But Space Haven's been around for a long time, so I'm not really thinking about Space Haven. Yeah, no, I put it somewhere memorable. I mean, it's not like it's just one room that I need to remember. Norland's kind of almost in its own bucket, but yeah. Like, there's already a lot of colony sims that pull a lot of people's time, and it's, you know, honestly, another genre that's similar to would be like trying to make a 4X game. Like, look at how many 4X games exist. Like, not even like I'm talking like the Civilization kind of 4X games. Look at how many of those exist, and look at how many are actively played by large communities. Like, there's kind of a not small number of them, and most of them are played by very small numbers of people. So if you're trying to get into it because it's something that you're like passionate about and want to try and make for yourself, then go nuts. Absolutely. But like, just if you're trying to do it like as a business or an indie game that you want to get a publisher for, that's going to be a very big uphill battle because it's a type of game and genre that people expect long-term support from. And I think the number of games that existed and then stopped development because they ran out of money is as high, if not higher, than games that are coming out. Any luck finding any non-Ace Titan boas? I have not acquired any additional Titan boas. Midescent. I mean, you could name them. If you want to use, like, the places list, you could absolutely name them. But I don't find that necessary at all. Like, I don't ever name zones unless people in chat ask me to. Like, it's just not something that I do. You know, to me, I read that as, okay, so you will be working on this game for the next 40 years. when I read that, it's like, because I've read that pitch before, Renzer Code, and one of two things always happens. They get stuck in scope creep, and what eventually ends up actually releasing is a fraction of what was originally pitched, or like what the original goal was, or they run out of money. Like, I can think of, like, at least 3 different games where you start as a Stone Age type thing, and then it progresses through different ages up through technology, and every single one of them has bad reviews. Because they just never made it anywhere. I mean, I like Odd Realm too, but I've given up streaming Odd Realm. I really like Odd Realm. I think that game is great. But, like, it is so categorically frustrating streaming Odd Realm. Calling Spore good is fucking wild. Civ 6 is the best colony sim there is. Uh-huh. Because Civ 6 is definitely a colony sim. Kenshi is not a colony sim. Sembis. You also need to remember why games like Unreal World exist, YouTube chat. Unreal World exists because the Finnish government gives them money. Because they're exporting art. There's so many grants in Finland that allow weird studios to exist like that just do not exist in the rest of the world. So you do need to realize that. Like, in a normal capitalist society, that would never exist. I need blocks. Finland is kind of awesome in that way. Jack BB, Sparrow. Rock blocks is what I need. Not to the point that Finland does. I mean, so does Canada. That's why, like, every single indie game studio that you hear about is in Montreal. Because that's where all the grants are. Like, that's why Kit Fox is in Montreal. It's like, that's where the grant money is. That's where you get tax benefits for putting your studio there. Senbis, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about genres, but Kenshi is not a colony sim. It's just like neither is Songs of Six. But I digress. I just don't feel like arguing about genres today. The Long Dark is programmed about a 30-minute bike ride from me. Like that. The Long Dark hails from Sydney, BC, I think. The human caravan from Kadambalath has come, and trade sentiments are lukewarm. These are the Gilded Confederation. Humans. Why is lukewarm? Because Scott is cold. Probably because I didn't sell them enough stuff last time. Oh boy, I just straight up got elephants in cages. Oh my word. Just gonna butcher all those. What can I sell? Or what do I want to sell even? The kind of fun thing about this faction is everybody's really greedy. Because they're vegan, so you can only sell them rock-based stuff and stuff that does not utilize dead body parts, period. So if you had to kill an animal to make it, or chop down a tree to make it, they will not take it. But, like, crafts made with silk is fine. It'd be like trying to sell alcohol to a culture with prohibition. Grown wood stuff is okay, yes. I like to buy grown wood cages from them and then sell them back to them. Songs of Six is a city builder, but people argue with me that it's a colony builder all the time. but it is categorically a city builder. I mean, Shadow of the Colossus is an adventure game. Gargoyle. Draugr. Like, straight up. That's what Shadow of the Colossus is. I told YouTube chat I didn't want to argue about genres, and yet here we are. I like that, Charbolt. Kenshi is a city builder with headaches. Unless you're talking about Songs of Six, which also checks out. Songs of Six is a city builder with headaches, right? We're just naming games now? Not really. Isn't a colony builder and a city builder the same principle? No. A city builder is a game with abstract populations. A colony builder is a game with definable populations. So SimCity is a city builder. Dwarf Fortress is a colony builder. If there's live colonies in it, like if you leave it out of the fridge long enough, probably are lives. That's just because nobody makes good city builders. Enemy. So is RimWorld. What's your point, Elite Woad Rider? Frostpunk is a city builder, yeah. I mean, Frostpunk is like a story-based city builder. Like it's as much like a game with a story and a plot line that is trying to tell a story as it is a city builder, but... Okay, let's see how much value Zeiss has. They brought a lot of green glass stuff. No cages? That's interesting. Oh, shit! I got an Andrew. I'll take it. I'll buy all of their bags, I think. The book, because it's cheap. The scrolls. Maybe just... Yeah, neither of the scrolls. And trade. This guy. This guy. Also, we got some more migrants. All right, I need to get all this stuff inside, like stat. So I need a little ammo depot. I'm thinking back here. I'm just gonna say everything that is bolts can go there. I'm going to probably make an infinite stockpile for wood, but let's just go over here and dig out a space back here. Heard a beep come from a thing and now I'm perplexed. What is beeping? Why are you beeping? I thought you were off. That moment when your old phone just like informs you that it's on, turn off. I can't go Like, I realize that it comes with the territory, really, but this is a Dwarf Fortress stream. I mostly talk about and play Dwarf Fortress, but I can't go 90 minutes without RimWorld being mentioned twice. I wish that Foundation was more fun. Name a dwarf food statue, Brad. I need to confirm that I can even do that. Because I don't think I can. Yeah, no, I can't. Like, these would be... Can't do that. I will tell you that it's probably best if you just let me name an unrelated statue or give you a dwarf, Merkles. Just remember this, chat. I know that you guys like to yap about RimWorld constantly. But just remember this. Let me find this post. I always have to dig to find it. This is a thread on the Bay 12 forums, the Dwarf Fortress forums, started by Tynan. This was his first ever post on the forums, which originally said, I've been working on this a little while, and I just put out the first video. I figured it was a good time to tell people it existed, especially people who played the game that inspired it. On a most basic level, this is Dwarf Fortress in space. There are a lot of differences in the details. Random events like weather and attacks aren't random. They're curated by a configurable AI storyteller, along the same lines of the Left 4 Dead AI director. Followed by, creating an account and making your first post an advertisement is rude. That's it. Also, he describes a couple being a pilot and a housewife. An airline pilot and a housewife. Then he updated it about a year later to promote his Kickstarter, and updated it a year later to state that it was for sale on Steam. Let's just keep this a Dwarf Fortress stream, guys. Comparing apples to oranges is just... Frustrated due to lack of table. Junction time. And besides, Dwarf Fortress just gives you 100 free dinosaurs. Or extinct animals and dinosaurs. Or Dwarf Fortress does that. RimWorld would never do that. RimWorld would charge you $25. Anyways, so Merkel, you redeemed a thing. I could name a statue Brad. But if you'd like a dwarf, I could just do that. As one of the pets? I mean, that sounds like that was your world gen settings. What would you like, though? Do you have any preference of dwarf type? This statue that I gave you is a statue of, a silver statue of Kivish, who's screaming, who's being turned into a raccoon monster every full moon. A dwarf would be neat. Beard or no beard? Darius, thanks for the $1, by the way. Thanks for the first notification of money in 2 hours. And for being the tipper of like 95% of today's money. Thank you. For helping keep the channel funded. You'd much rather have a stegosaur than a cavy? No, absolutely. It's more interesting. You were working with a vanilla expanded? That's neat. Zortos, thank you very much for the 5-pack. I mean, it's like 3,100 hours in RimWorld, and I'm good. Like, I've said before, it's like, if I could just get, like, one piece of leather from them, I would use them. If I could get one piece of meat from them, I would use them. Empire Earth is neat. Sounds like you got good value for your money. Where was I here? Gotta scroll back up. Beard. Okay, so dwarf with a beard. You are now a gem setter. Miracles. 2 seconds, chat. I just gotta go do something. Like. Alright, I made it back. Alright, so your gem setter. I just wanted to go open a window because it just got sunny, which means it's going to get hot in here in a minute. You feel satisfied after learning about simple formulas for certain arbitrarily large sums. He feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and prefers to present himself modestly. He generally is quite confident of his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he tends to hold on to grievances. He tends to not reveal personal information, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He is assertive and he is quick to form negative views about things. He can handle stress and occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill. Wow, you are completely neutral. You are the baseline centrist dwarf when it comes to your personality. Wild. He likes alunite, zinc, and rhodolite, as well as giant armadillo tooth. The color crimson, picks and dingoes for their coloration, and watermelon vines for their fruit. And the words of the growl of tusks. And when possible, he prefers to consume squid and bumblebee meat, and absolutely hates moon snails. That's wild. You don't have any family, and you worship Ral. And you are a member of the Aquamarine Communion, and Ral is the god of jewels, which honestly checks out. How long have you been here? Not very long. You only just got here this spring. Bumblebee Mead with a D, not with a T. You're having great success having a legendary engraver who created masterpieces to greatly increase the quality of rooms for free. It's not really for free. You're giving up floor space for it, but... And they can be destroyed if they get lava on them, so be cautious. Okay, so all of these are probably coming in, presumably. You up here I need to get rid of. You I need to get rid of. You I'll keep for right now. You I need to get rid of. 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 You I'll keep up here for now. These I need to get rid of. And this I need to get rid of. Back in here, I'm going to start off with the first. We're going to make ourselves... Whoopsies. It's me typing too fat with my fingers. I need to make a wood stockpile. There is almost nothing to do with population for lag in me. It's almost entirely to do with what the population is doing. I've had forts with 400 dwarves that don't lag at all. I've had forts with 60 dwarves that lag like crap. It highly depends on the layout of the fortress and what's happening on the surface. And how many jobs are getting canceled, why jobs are getting canceled, who's doing what jobs are available, what the dwarves are trying to complete, what else is on the map. Dwarf Fortress is a game that can vary wildly, but as long as the frame rate's above 10, I don't really care. If it goes below 20, it starts to get annoying, and I will go out of my way to fix it. But I don't really have like a rock solid statement about lag for Dwarf Fortress, purely because, like, to me, Dwarf Fortress will run on anything, but it will probably end up lagging at some point on anything. So it doesn't really bother me, really. I don't understand the question. Do the game PopCap works? What do you mean, does it work? Like, I would recommend leaving it at the default if that's the question. We're just gonna real quick make an infinite stockpile here for wood. Yes, the PopCap works. If you have, like, if you have the PopCap set with a strict cap of 200, the default is 220, you will not get more than 200 dwarves, unless you accept visitors into your fort. But that is kind of like willingly allowing that to happen. Those things are everywhere. Yeah, that kind of happens. No, I can use metal. If you read the description of the YouTube chat, it'll tell you, or the YouTube stream, it'll tell you, Mr. Spoo. The thing is, I'm only using blunt weapons, I'm only using leather armor, and we're going with kind of a monarchy society where all dwarves that aren't nobles have to sleep in dorms. So only dorms, only bedrooms are given to nobles. I'm calling it a Stone Age challenge because I don't really have a better name for it. If you can think of something, let me know, and I'll rename it. We're about to get hit by ads. I will pause the game during the ad break until the ads are done. Community college. Yeah, basically. It is more vibes than a formal challenge. I mean, I started with, like, literally just 3 axes and 1 barrel of booze. And animals, that's it. So I started with, like, no gear. It's more vibes than a challenge, although I feel that way about all Dwarf Fortress challenges. Aztec challenge, doesn't that just make a giant flat pyramid on the surface? No, just 3 X's in booze would be a college dorm. Yeah, I guess it's more of a penal colony. No. They just share beds, Meredith. I don't know if you're in an ad, so I'll just respond. Yeah, I don't know who can hear me and who can't. Prison fort? I mean, I did start with a sheriff much earlier than I normally do. You should be sleeping over here. 2, but not directly to the waterfall. This dwarf and this dwarf. One of them swam a bit. We're not going to lose anybody else to the waterfall, though. Now that the structures are all set up, it would actually be really hard to lose somebody to the waterfall now. Especially if I put like a wall piece here and here. But the dwarves must love it. Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty cool fort, honestly. Like, I think the thing that I like more about this fort than the waterfall is actually this, just this lower river bend is much cooler to me. Why do I have a pump there? Because I had to get the water out of the way so that I could build underneath it. So in order to get these built, I had to lower down the amount of water coming down. So I pumped it one forward so the water was coming down right here instead of right here so that I could build underneath it. So that I now have this, so that if a dwarf falls down the waterfall, they'll just land here and probably not die even. So I put a pump up there to basically make it easier to build underneath it. Yeah, it is kind of novel, actually. Oh, by the way, this is the scariest creature in Dwarf Fortress. I just wanted to point that out. This is one of the, like, prehistoric extinct creatures. And this is, like, reinforcing my argument that real-world prehistoric creatures are maybe actually better for Dwarf Fortress than some of their made-up creatures. That thing is whack-looking. And I only learned it existed because of Dwarf Fortress. Which is super fucking cool. I really like claystone. I think claystone is a really nice color. Like this, it's more of a burgundy than a brown. All right, let's go over to you and drop you in that. Is that your options menu becomes part of the grander UI? The options menu becomes part of the grander? What do you mean by that? I should adjust children's chores before they start having problems. Oh shit, there's another elephant I gotta train. And I will get those butchered, but I don't actually have butcher shops right now. I think that first one I screwed up. Let's do this. There we go. Trying to decide where I want to put the butcher shop. I don't know if I want to put it in here or not. Might put it over here, actually. They attacked me in the last fort with giant bats from the caverns. Goblins bring with whatever they have access to, and what they have access to differs pretty wildly from region to region, let alone world to world. Because it highly depends on what the animal population is in the caverns that they reside above. Here comes that heavy as fuck lead minecart. Do they ride them? Yep. Giant bats live in the caverns. They're pretty common, Sir Budwise. Dwarves would prefer a bedroom over a legendary dormitory, and some dwarves will always be embarrassed about it, but I'm just going to compensate for it with literally everything else in this fort. Yes, I have, Darius. They're just pretty uncommon. I think I see, like, cave crawlers and, like trolls and ogres more often, but yes, I have seen them. They're what I would call, like, uncommon. Not, like, rare, just uncommon. I'm really glad that we can't, just for, like, playability reasons. Or grow goodies. Are you in a squad? You are. Oopsies. They're creating a great work of art. I'm just like looking for recruits. You want to fight. You want to angry. You felt angry after getting into an argument. Why are you getting into arguments? A lot of these dwarves are very angry, which I think is kind of interesting. Likes to brawl. Quick to anger. Prefers to go alone. She has an active imagination. Dreams of mastering a skill. Bone carver. I think that was you, right? Yeah. You're gonna go help out in that regard. How about peasants? Got 2 peasants. You want to fight, be extravagant, help somebody, craft an object, skill mastery, off-putting. Okay. Argue, cause trouble. Dreams of raising a family. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Pebble wants some martial training. I need to get those indoors. I think I'm going to... So currently my livestock are all over here. I think I'm going to move them over here onto this side, which I need to then probably wall off up here because then I can connect it straight to here. And I think that would be much more convenient. I mean, you'd have to spend a lot of time focusing on the underground for you to really find giant bats. I mean, giant bats live in like the first and third cavern layers. So you'd really have to kind of go out of your way to find them. Goblins invade in their Dracula. In the Dracula! Doomed to the witches and burned through the witches and train in the back of my Dracula. Anyway. Sorry, it just happens sometimes. It's a natural effect of hearing the word Dracula, or reading the word Dracula in this case. How to keep cause trouble ones happy? There's literally nothing the player can do to keep them happy. It's entirely up to them. So cause trouble would be like, go into the tavern and start an argument with somebody. You have no agency over that. This is why I say do not worry about this, right? Like, it is a guideline, it's not a checklist. If you treat it like a checklist, you will go insane. If you treat it like a guideline, you'll be okay. The human maceman Nubbo has shared many tales from beyond Pebblebrain. Good to know. That's like uphold tradition. There's probably nothing you can do to actually influence whether or not that gets done or not. I did not own any of the big shiny tunes. I've seen them. I've seen the discs. But no, I did not. I owned CDs and spent a lot of time on LimeWire. I think I had the Matrix soundtrack, though, which has Dracula on it. How do you grind wealth really fast? Get lucky, settle somewhere with valuable stuff. Well, fuck me then. The Bronze Colossus, Akil Ogush, has come. A gigantic magic statue made of bronze, bent on mayhem. In order to kill these, you need sharp weapons. That might actually be my kryptonite. That might actually be my kryptonite. Where is it? So we need to hope something. We need to hope it goes left. Because if it goes left, it'll go this way and then get caught in these cage traps. If it goes right, it'll go up here and kill all my livestock and probably not get stuck in the cage traps. Good news is, or actually the bad news is, I don't actually have any way of keeping it out. Because it can just climb down the roof. Casualties on this are going to be something. Wish us luck, chat. Wish us luck. There is no such thing as archers in dwarven culture. That is a human culture. Marks dwarves. And yes, they can. But I don't have any metals in this fortress that is sharp enough to actually do damage to this thing. I literally just have silver. Yes. Never mind. We're good. Got him. No need to panic. Everything's fine. We do have a cool pet now, though. I will reiterate, there is no such thing as archers in dwarven culture. Dwarves do not use bows. That is human technology. So that is human propaganda. Dwarves use crossbows, making them marks dwarves, not archers. Archer is a kind of funny Netflix show and not a thing that dwarves participate in. Well, the thing is, like, if I go here, and I just type in the word bow. There's only crossbows and then that weird instrument down there. If I type in arrow, it's all ballista arrows. There's no arrows. If you have bows and arrows, it's because you're trading with elves or humans or goblins, which you can't trade with. I don't, well, number one, I wouldn't do that, Jack Baby Sparrow. If I want to use them as training, okay, chat, do you want me to use that dude to train my Marks dwarves? Do you want me to? Because if you want me to, I'm not going to put him in a pit. That would be moronic. That would be like the fastest way to kill a bunch of my dwarves. If you want me to use them as training because you think it would be fun, yeah, I can do that. But I ain't putting them in a fucking pit. Because that's just suicidal. I'll just climb out. Or my dwarves will climb in. But I could put them behind behind bars. You want to see efficient training? Okay. I mean, they will kill it. Just an FYI, even if I give them the worst possible ammo. But sure, we can do that. I need to make a farmer's guild, though. Also, genuinely, I forgot that I had cages there. So, my fear was genuine until I saw the cages. He still could have decided to go the other way, which would have been terrible. Eventually. It'll take a while. Nimrus. Basically, if someone rolls a nat 20 5 times in a row, it'll kill it. It'll take a while, but they could absolutely do it. Have you always been able to build walls over open space? Yes, as long as something is supporting it. No, you did not need to put down a floor. Like, you've always been able to build walls like this. Like this. But I'm not building walls over open space. You used to not be able to build on floors. That baby duck killed a colossus. That is not a colossus. It was a titan. Colossus is very different, and that titan was in fact killed by a duck, but not exactly in the way that you think, or in the way you're referring. Also, that duckling was a zombie, which means it's kind of different. Kinda want to build a moat. Be kind of dumb, but be pretty easy. Oh, don't worry. My memory gets prickly every now and again, too. I get it. Now, if you mean building across, like as in building across something like this, I'm just queuing it up. They can't actually reach anything but the first one if I do it like that. This is a lot of work. Yep, they still drop statues. What is the Stone Age challenge? Blunt-only weapons, leather-only armor. Nobody gets bedrooms except for... It's more of a penal colony, actually. Nobody gets bedrooms except for nobles. Nobody gets offices except for nobles. Nobody gets dining rooms except for nobles. But everything else is pretty much normal. But I'm only using bolts and hammers and maces and leather armor and shields and wooden stuff. Also, Blood Jacula. What would you like to name? A dwarf in a great mood, please, beardless, or just a happy dwarf? Okay, happiest dwarf that isn't named you can has. Blood Jacula. Would you prefer Aban, the miner? Or Dobar? Or a military dwarf? What stands out the most to you? Sorry, I was a little bit slow on that one. I really like it when bronze colossi pick up a random piece of clothing from the ground and start whipping people with it. You want Aban? People are going to be saying that this dwarf is sus and probably a vampire for the rest of this fortress, just an FYI. Standard Wish is bashful. Not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she is a greedy streak. She prefers to present herself modestly and does not frown on any flashy. She prefers to present herself modestly and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She likes to take it easy and is often cheerful. She is curious and eager to learn and is assertive. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and values nature and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. Finds maintaining decorum a silly fumbling waste of time and wants to craft a masterwork. Likes hematite, fine pewter, as well as yellow jasper, the color silver, leggings, backpacks, and figurines, and cavies for their adorable call. Lavender demons for their bloated appearance and probably the scent of lavender, right? And likes cavies for their adorable call and pendant amaranths for their striking color and the words of the festival of pantomiming. And when possible, prefers to consume giant wren and guava wine. You would have loved the last fort then. And absolutely hates bats. You want to acquire an object and be with family. Well, you've acquired the fancy underwear, as comes with this fortress. You're horrified after seeing Aitun's seal crowd die. Well, that's Aitan Seal Crowd was a child who got mauled to death by a weremoose. So, sorry you had to see that. But at least you didn't get bit, okay? I call that a win. You got to take the wins where you can, small as they might be, irrelevant as they might seem. Got to treat a win as a win. You're picturing a horror film where the protagonist turns into Bullwinkle every full moon and goes on a murderous rampage? I mean, it's just like a werewolf story, except not, you know, it's like a were-hamster. It's terrifying. I just have to send somebody a text real quick. It's been about 2 years since you last played DF. Anything in particular fun that has been added since then? The entirety of sieges have been rewritten. All of the siege weapons, so like, you know, catapults, ballista, etc., have had a redo. That's the off the dome stuff that's been most recent. They just added 100 new animals. Which are mostly prehistoric, like, real-world creatures, which are actually, all prehistoric real-world creatures, was the most recent update, which added all kinds of fun stuff, like these guys, which are kind of like anteater elephants that are giant. I'm skipping around pretty quick here, but, you know, these Titan boas are new, this guy's new. If I go into the fortress itself, which is over here, where's the other guy? I have another one. Another thing. Do I not? There you are. There's new vermin stuff like this fucking nightmare. Yeah, there's a lot of new colors. A lot of the sprites have been overhauled since the game released on the Steam, so just off the top, like, okay, so you right here are going to just get a leather shop. Hold up, I need to make a tanner before I forget. Off the top, there, like, a lot of the sprites have been redone. Adventure mode is now in. Mark's dwarves have been completely redone. The way they behave has been completely redone, so getting them to shoot through fortifications and stuff is way less fiddly. That's probably like one of the better updates. The new die system, yeah, there's like 150 something new dies, and like a lot of, like, if you go to the farmer's shop, where is it? If you go to the farmer's shop and you go to process plants, the amount of plants you can process now is wild, and a lot of them are like to pull apart that plant and then make it into dye. So there's a lot of new things in that regard. There's probably something I'm forgetting. Diplomacy is new. Yeah, there's now diplomacy. You can stop wars. Ain't that a fucking novelty? It's nothing like real life now. Yeah, no, there's been kind of a lot added in recent memory. I need another woodcutter, actually, is what I need. But that's just off the top of my head. There's probably other stuff. I think in the last 2 years, Tarn expanded the creatures that goblins can bring as part of sieges. So that's fun. I will say the enemy is less willing to attack you now, Pepin, 1994. But when they do attack you, they bring battering rams. They can build into your fortresses. They can dig into your fortresses. But I think that the more notable thing isn't them building into your fortresses or any of that. The more notable thing, at least to me, is the fact that not only do they build into your fortresses, they also are much smarter about how they avoid you once they're in your fortress. So they will go out of their way to walk around you. To the point where, I used to make these lava geysers that would just go boof and fire lava out. They would show up, they'd walk up to the same spot every time, and I'd just drown them. Now they stay just out of reach after the second or third time. Because they know that their friends died there the last siege. Yeah, cave invaders got removed due to just causing lag. Cave invaders were one of the worst. If cave invaders were balanced and had some logic to them, they would be cool. But because they weren't, that was the highest cause of your frame rate going to 0. I just turned them off, because as neat as they are thematically, horribly implemented. Lava geysers, yeah, just a pressurized lava that goes push and shoots lava into the sky. Glass half empty. The mayor withdraws from society. Oh, you're a talented gem setter. And I don't currently have a gem cutter. Sounds about right, Valen. They need some time in the oven. Yeah, well, I mean, they were implemented specifically because Tarn was worried the game was going to be too easy for people. They were a last-minute addition to the initial Steam release. As I understand it, those were added, a couple weeks before the game released. Which, has happened to Dwarf Fortress in the past. Roughed Indigo Tourmalines. Okay, so I do need to make that Farmer's Guild. So why don't we kerplunk the Farmer's Guild back here. Ring, 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 banana phone. Okay, and then in the middle here, you go there. We're in an ad, so I will pause. And an adventure again, and then destroyed everything. If I stopped manually in combat, he dies or is seriously injured. Why is that? If you stopped manually in combat, he dies. I have no idea. You'd have to look at your health. My adventurer who's an animal person as a noble in your fort, and then an adventurer again and destroyed everything. I have no idea what you mean. I would say your best bet is to go talk on the KitFox Discord and go share your save file and see if somebody can do some diagnostics. I couldn't tell you without looking at it directly. It's not something I can deduce via text. But yes, I also like my cave fishmen extra crispy, so they do definitely need more time in the oven. But honestly, I think I'll put it this way. As neat as the idea of cavern invaders are, I think that the game is in a better place without them. I know some people disagree with me on that, but that is the take that I will have for quite some time, probably. It's not the worst thing that they've added to this game. It's not the best. It's a neat idea, and I do hope that it gets reworked and works its way back in, because I think that would be cool. They just need some, like, scheduling and logic to them, instead of just being like, it's a thing that happens. I think this could be actually 2 guild halls. They were also a massive source of annoyance, which was my cause. They also, my biggest beef with cavern invaders is they would cap out the amount of animals that could come in through the caverns. Like, I really like the caverns. I think the caverns are one of the cooler parts of Dwarf Fortress, just period. And it bums me out to no end that cavern invaders would show up, fill up the cavern populations of animals, and then you would never have wild crundles. You would never have wild trolls. You would never have different animals. You'd never have troglodytes. You'd never have other things coming through the caverns because they would fill up the game's hidden cap of the number of creatures you could have on the map, and then animals would stop showing up on the surface because there was just too many animals on the map. And I actually think that sucks. Like, that was by far the worst part of the cavern invaders, unless you were constantly cleaning them out. Constantly. And I would take, random cavern animals over cavern invaders any day. And the fact that if you did just have, like, a pile of them in the caverns, a forgotten beast would appear and immediately die, and that just sucks. Like, nothing about them sucks. Like, nothing about that was good. Like, it was just bad. But as a reminder to chat, though, before I read this artifact, this is a crowdfunded channel. I make a living because people are kind enough to help keep the channel funded by cheering bits, gifting subs, and all that kind of jazz. If you want to help keep this channel funded, one of the best ways to do is if you happen to have a Prime subscription, think about me when it's available. That's all. Thanks for hanging out. If I could get a round of beers in both chats, that'd be cool. Glass Half Empty, the mayor, has created Ron Zokel, an indigo tourmaline figurine of dwarves, and offers it to the Pebbleland of Pebbles. I think that he should just walk around with it. It is your talking stick. So he's going to walk around with it in his left hand now. This artifact is a figurine of dwarves. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is a masterfully designed image of dwarves and dwarves in indigo tourmaline. Glass Half Empty... by Glass Half Empty. The dwarves are refusing. The dwarves, the arc relates to the defeat of the stern lancers of the Passionate Anvil in the takeover of Scourge Splash by the treaties of Beeching in the mid-autumn of 168 during the second conquest of Scourge Splash. This object menaces with spikes of indigo tourmaline. Scourge Splash, eh? Must have taken over a dwarven fortress at some point. That's kind of wild.
And Shift cheered. X500. Behold this crypt beer.
Thank you very much for the $5 in Shift. Appreciate you, mate. Check, can I get a big round of beers for the $5 from Enshift? Please and thank you. I think my favorite cavern aesthetic are the caverns that are just entirely bloodthorns. Mostly from the old ASCII days, because there was something about just like a sea of red that was fucking cool, but I still love the way they look. They're like almost ominous, like the ones that have just mud and bloodthorn. I really, really like those. It's just such a neat look. You missed the ASCII waves? Yeah, they really need to figure out a way to get waves into the graphics pack for Steam. Sofita says that they have my favorite aesthetic in their current fort. Well, that's cool. What causes it to be fully mud and blood thorns? Lack of moisture. It means it's a dry cavern, basically. It used to mean that you had a certain type of demon in the underworld, but that was changed when the procedurally generated demons were added, which was a long time ago, turns out. Which is actually a little bit annoying to find via patch notes because it's just said, added fun. It's like non-specific because Tarn added a lot of fun back then. Added surprise, smiley face. It's like, well, which one? So we are actually making sheep cheese. Most of this cheese is made by me. There's always fun which surprises you. Yeah, I mean, some of the fun gets less surprising as time goes on, but... By the way, this fort is doing almost no farming. Most of my food, and soon to be all of my food probably, is coming from livestock farming and harvesting stuff on the surface. Which actually means I should move it to over here, because this is where we're going to be moving pretty soon here. As I slowly continue to block off all this. Actually, you know what? Let's not chop down the trees just yet. We'll chop down the trees once I have some stairs built. Because I need to get this connected to a lever, and I need to get this deconstructed. And I need to get another bridge built up here. And then I need to get roads built around the edge. That'll probably be the easy way to do it. Let's follow a dwarf who's gathering plants. Hello, Dolkin. Give me a few seconds, chat. Chat's a little lurky, and I need to go use the washroom. I will be right back. All right. Oh, wow. But how you doing today, Dolkin? How's things? Also, Purple Izumi, it's good to see you, by the way. A caravan from Kashmir has arrived. Trade sentiments are still lukewarm. This is one of the two dwarven factions, the Curious Rock, who we are not officially affiliated with, but we are allied with. I'm doing pretty good today. No real complaints. It's been a pretty normal start to the day. This is my faction, who are here to trade, and trade sentiments are very good. Which is optimal, if you ask me. But I do need to trade with them. I think we're just going to bring prepared meals because they asked for that once before, and even though that's not what they're asking for, now that's what I'm going to bring them. So that's what you're getting. Let's also bring over... I need to make some more craft store shops. Because Steven is cold. That's why Luke is warm. I don't really have a better answer to that question, so... Although I think I did make that joke several dozen times yesterday in regards to Luke being warm. For those of you who care, investments are open. If you want to invest your tickets, might as well start it because nobody else has. Just a little bit of housekeeping, chat. I won't be streaming tomorrow, but I will be streaming on Saturday. And then I won't be streaming next week at all. I've decided to just not stream Tuesday and Wednesday because I won't be streaming Thursday regardless. I'm going on a short trip next week. And I think that instead of streaming a day and a half next week, my time is better spent editing and trying to get another big video project rolling at the very least, if not finished. So I'm going to spend this weekend working towards that and getting stuff ready and trying to edit stuff because as of the 20th, I will have 10 less hours a week because I will be working part-time for Kit Fox over the summer. So I'm going to do my damnedest to do that. How goes the stoning? Pretty good. Pretty good so far. So today we're streaming, obviously. I won't be streaming tomorrow. I will be trying to get Future of the Fortress done and working on video tomorrow. And then Saturday I will do a short stream. And then Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I will be editing. Glass half empty meets with the Outpost Liaison, Tosid, and they say... Merit deserves reward. I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Of course, there are responsibilities, and the nobility must live well. Do you think we're ready, chat? I think this is a bit early. I mean, I know who we'd give it to, but what do you think? This fortress penal colony situation. Could I name a fisherman... Captain Ahab. I'm not fishing. There is one fisher dwarf who I think is named, but I don't actively have any fishing industry. Nate's my name. That sounds like elfin propaganda. Linkerill? Not very dwarfy of you. Why not? That's not the question. That wasn't the question. We only have 86 dwarves. My population isn't really that solid. The fortress isn't that stable. Which is why I'm going, I'm not sure. It's a challenge? Not really. It just makes me deprioritize defenses. There really isn't challenges in Dwarf Fortress. It just depends on what order I want to do things. I think the fortress will be more interesting if I say no and then say yes next year. Because then I can work on defenses and actually start fighting with stuff. Instead of, like, having to just wait another season while I build more fancy stuff. Like, I've still got a guild hall I've got to finish. I've got other things I got to finish. So I'm leading no. Because, like, then I can build, you know, a place for a noble while also having defenses set up already, instead of just, often will they ask once a year? They'll ask next fall. I have not signed a single NDA. You know, fun fact for a kick, people always talk about NDAs in this industry. In the entirety of the time I have streamed, so since 2013, I've signed 2 NDAs, and neither of those games ever released. So I kind of doubt it. It's generally, in the vast majority of cases, it's don't be a dick is the ruling. And if there is an NDA, it's usually, like, the ones I do hear about are like, oh, you signed this thing and you can't talk about it until next week. Which basically is like, you go to an event, you see a thing, and then 2 weeks later, once you're home and have had time to think about it and edit your footage or whatever, then you can release the thing. I can tell you factually, on all legal grounds, I have not signed an NDA for Half-Life 3. Holy fucking shit. Because there's 330 plus in a stack for that meat, that's a valuable meal. Jeez. Valuable pile of meals, should I say. What did you bring? They did bring 2 dogs. I'm going to buy these dogs, and I'm going to be a horrible person. You'll know what I mean in a minute. I'm gonna buy that book. Gonna buy those scrolls. Buy those. Buy those. And let's also buy the chiz. And I'm gonna keep some of these. That and that. Let's trade with the other faction with what I have left. What did you bring? No Stegosaurus, Big Sedge. Buy the fish. Okay, so Nate's my name. How about a dino named Buttercup? There aren't any dinosaurs in this fortress. How about I name a dwarf Nate? Like, there are no dinos in this fortress. There's, like, the Donithrums, which are not interesting. Really, they're just livestock. And there's sheep and elephants. Like, if I go to the dwarves, I have a fisher dwarf and a fishery worker, but they're not assigned to actual fishing, so that's not the job they're going to end up doing. If you would like a dwarf, I can give you a dwarf and just name it Nate. This is why, like, I try to not, like, set the system up in a way that tempts people to be like, I want to name the angriest cat lover who's very empathetic, the sad empathetic cat lover. It's why I try to just be like, just name it after yourself. Like, just take a dwarf and name it Bob or something, because then I can just do it instead of having to do this whole back and forth of like, well, I don't have this, I don't have that, I don't have this industry. Like, I could name one of these, but they're not gonna stay that. Something wholesome about this penal colony fort full of greedy dwarves cooking up delicious meals. That is true. Yeah, they're talented chefs. Dwarf Fortress is the sequel, actually, Skins. It's the sequel to Slaves to Armok. Anyways, I'm waiting, Nate. I will just simply give you I'll give you this guy, and I will name him the thing that you asked. But just remember, he probably isn't going to stay a fish cleaner professionally. He's always tense and jittery, rarely feels strong cravings or urges, he isn't particularly curious about the world, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and tries to do things tries to keep his things orderly. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He has a sense of duty and is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. Cheers, Nate. But for future reference, just the harder you make the selection, the more complicated things are going to be. He dreams of mastering a skill. Chad has a will? I get that's good for a kick. That means that your worldly possessions will be given to your next of kin when you pass away, most likely. He likes alunite as well as lay pewter and praise opals and hornbill tooth and the color dark brown. Breastplates, ghosts of brine for their bloated appearance, and when possible prefers to consume wine, bumblebee royal jelly, and mangoes, and absolutely hates oysters. You are in love with Brutal Pebble, or you're married to Brutal Pebble. Brutal Pebble is the dwarf that single-handedly tried to beat the ever-living shit out of the Weramoose person after they turned back into a person. So your wife is a hero. Just would like you to know. You joined the military because of her. Welcome to the fort. Yeah, what Sen and Tibet are right, Stone. Why? What are they doing now? do I have to say welcome back somewhere? Well, good to know. Keep an eye on them then, Stone. I also wouldn't judge you if you just banned them, Stone. Because I would kind of call that ban evading. I'm like tentatively calling it ban evading for the minute. Do I want to sell them anything else? Not really. I need to finish that Farmers Guild. Unzipped water. Thanks for 12 months on the 12-month streak. That's a whole year. Appreciate you, man. This is quietly one of the best changes they've made to this game, are these little reminders and then the green text. It's so good. Quietly one of the best quality of life changes that has been made to the game in the last chunk of time. It's so good. No, it's not DF hack. This is a vanilla feature from I don't know, 3 months ago? Floors are a higher base value than, like, stone. So, if you have floors and you engrave them, they will always be higher value than if you have rough stone and you smooth it and engrave it. Wood isn't the highest of value, but, like, it's still better than rough stone. What's up, Crows and Colossus? But I don't use DF hack UI elements, so I wouldn't do that, Zapdos. And just not even bother? Yeah, I mean, when you go to make the actual guild hall in the assigning screen under guild halls, it now says who has them already and also who wants it. So that's the one that I haven't made it because it says want. And then if you hover over it, it'll tell you the value. So right now it's 623, which is pretty low currently, but we're working on it. Adamantine flooring? Yeah, no, don't have any adamantine in this fort yet. Not that I've tried, but... Huh? Remember how earlier I was like, that's sus? Or like, what was it? Dracula? Basically? Bloodcula? Or whatever? That's super suspect. Okay, well, who found them dead? Witness, Kivish, accuses Dastot. Uh-huh. Dastot, also reporting crime, has kind of a lot of military skills, claims to be 74 years old, and is horrified after seeing Feb die. Uh-huh. I'm going to interrogate you. There's also 2 witnesses. This is one real big benefit about having a dormitory set up. All right, Captain. It's time to earn your pay. Bloodjacula. That was your name. I couldn't remember if it was a J or a D. But let's see how this goes. Attempted to make intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. The subject was cagey and refused to comply. Well, let's try again. Interrogate once more. Oh, looks like we have another accuser. Made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. The subject complied. The subject confessed to murder and revealed that Dastot hide pillars. Of course, you're trying to hide behind the pillars of your name. Is in fact an assumed identity. Shocker. The true name is Yurvad Laborsilvers. The subject revealed that in the midwinter of 225, the subject began embezzling funds as the bookkeeper of the Razor of Beans. Not only that, but you're a white-collar financial criminal? What else have you done? Actually, I'm just here to train my skills a little bit. It's going to hit this a few more times. Who let you in here? You're overwhelmed by terror? You're a traitor. You should go do trading, not run around in my fort. Subject had a distrustful, mature nature and refused to listen. In retrospect, you failed it. This is a good opportunity to train our interrogator's speech. You know, judge of intent, negotiator, intimidator, etc. We have an ad break coming. I'm just going to sit here and interrogate this dwarf the entirety of this period of time. I was near my own seat. I am so spiritually moved. This dwarf is spiritually moved being near a chair that he owns. Chat, to those of you who own a chair, do you ever feel spiritually moved by it? Serious question. Novice, dabbling. Now he feels wonder by it. That's every day. I just realized that caps look different whether adults or children wear them. Yeah. Clothing sprites are interesting in Dwarfort. All right, so I do have a dead child in here, which means I should probably go make another tomb. except I need to make this out of a different material. So I will queue all this up while the ads are still running. Okay, and then this right here is going to be a tomb assigned to Das Tod. No, not assigned to that. Assigned to Feb. As in February. It depends on how happy you are when you sit down. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right, so I've done a bunch of interrogating, and I'm going to unlock this door. And I'm going to convict this dwarf. And you're gonna go brew drink from fruit. No, you're not. You're gonna go chain up this animal caretaker. Throw him down the waterfall? No. She's gonna get imprisoned first. In her prison. And then we'll figure out what to do with her. Once she's done her sentence of probably not a super long period of time, 224 days. Besides, I still need to train my Marks dwarves on that Bronze Colossus. Maybe we can make her train against that Bronze Colossus. Okay, what's the value of you? Not very high. Let's just make 5 of these. 5 of these, except I need to actually make 6 thrones, 1 from there. And then you, just put it, no, okay. Rock pedestals. No, don't use her as training. Colossus doesn't need to eat food. It's 1, it's a magical monster made of metal. And 2, it's made out of friggin' bronze. I realize that's the same thing twice that I said there. But it's made out of friggin' bronze, and like no animals need food if they're an invader. The only stuff that sometimes needs food is stuff that the player is taking care of. So, like, horses need to be pastured. But an imprisoned horse from the enemy army doesn't need food. Oh, feed her to the Colossus? I feel like I could come up with more torturous things for her that would be better use of my time. And also a better use of her time. We'll think on it. We have, like, a year to think about it. What were they afraid of? That was weird. Needs 3 lead bars, yes. Well. I don't think I have 60 Galena ore, but if I do, we'll smelt it. Although I think... Oh, maybe not. Okay. I'm not out of coke. I thought I was out of coke. Let's also make some bituminous coal. Because I guarantee you I got some lying around still. That's classic? I thought that Classic was just crush them with a drawbridge. I mean, I might use them to go take over a location. Also, for reference, there's some lag right now. No idea what's causing it. Absolutely no idea at the minute. Something is definitely, like, stuck somewhere. Something's going on, and I don't know what it is. Let it smack her around. It would just kill her. Like, that would, like, be about as efficient as just, like, sending her to go attack something. But, I don't know. We'll think of something. Let's just do the financial paperwork for this fort's history. Well, she was, like, not that I'm worried about this, but, like, she did get stuck with an embezzlement fraud charge. So maybe worth noting and keeping in mind. What's my manager up to? Out here managing work orders. Okay, so what I need to do... Let's go up to here and go to... Uh-oh. YouTube just crashed. Hey, YouTube folks, could you guys say hi so I can make sure that YouTube is still functional? Labor, other, don't cancel mining near Dampstone because there's an aquifer in there. Cool, good to know. Oversized red zip-up hoodie. Hello, it's good to see you, man. Today is the fastest point today so far that YouTube chat has moved faster than Twitch chat. Hey, Twitch chat, you guys should show up YouTube chat. Who's in the Twitch chat right now? Sound off. Let's get a round of beers. Jump up and down like you're a paint shaker. I don't know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the Bronze Colossus back here. I'm going to fortify this. I'm going to connect this to a lever so that I can close this. And the idea here is going to be that when I release the Bronze Colossus from its cage, I can close off and open up vision access to it. And then I can just station my Mark Dwarves in front of it. And they'll just sit there and go pew 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 and shoot a bunch of bolts at it, and then that's it. That's the plan. Any questions? It seems pretty foolproof to me, anyway. Are you? Okay, I feel like you're not supposed to be here. If you're actually part of the traders, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna get rid of this duder, because you're causing issues. Nope, you were not in fact related to the traders. Well, that's good. That could have been bad if you were. All right, let's go into here, throw in all this shale. Shall we say it? I think we shall. And you go there. Oh, really? I thought that was going to go through an aquifer. Some migrants have arrived. Oh, it did. Okay. $3X aquifer, even. A little bit of mud landing down here. Yeah, I'll look at it later. But that is still ban evasion. Just saying. If they have any other, like, motive, I'll look into it later. Thanks for letting me know, Stone. Let's do Willow. And Willow. Let's get that body out of here because there's just a rotten corpse. Just sitting right here. Chunky old aquifer. It's a nice small one. It's only 2 levels. I think maybe 3 in some spots. Sorry, but putting them in a tomb is burying them. I'm putting them in a tomb. So, yeah, I'm just using wood. It's the only real difference. Like, that's literally what we're doing. Jack BB Sparrow. So there's definitely some disconnect here as to what you think is happening versus what is actually happening. Like, what do you think I'm doing? I lost count at 1, Valen. I mean, when I say, like, burying bodies, I mean, this is pretty unique for me. Chat, have you guys ever seen me make little tombs like this in a pond before? I don't think I have. I just kind of did the first one over here because that was my original expedition leader who died here. And I've just slowly added more. Oh my god, snatchers, that's wild. Not where I was expecting those to show up. Bonk. Got him. Let's throw you in the river. I think what I need to do is I need to go over to this side, and I need to go pen pasture. And I need to move all of these tame animals to this side. I've also got goats to eat, apparently. And I don't know why, but I have a hornbill. And I'm just going to go over to here and stick a corpses stockpile over there. I hope that they were helpful. I think the last one may have just died, unless I'm mistaken. Nope, I was mistaken. Which one? Do you have a preference as to which one of these you would like? Kivish. There's Ashen. We got boys and girls. Got Mestos. Maybe you're thinking of a shoe bill? A shoe bill is what happens when you buy the Nikes that are too fancy and expensive. How to make a daycare? You don't want to. It's not very effective at doing what you want it to do. If you want to make a daycare, make a semi-indoor, semi-outdoor area that has a public guild hall in it that teaches the skills that you want. So if you want to train like combat-related skills, have a public hunting guild that incentivizes children to go hang out there. Wait, were you the person who left that comment talking about the child who beat the shit out of a giant? Rennie? Was that you? Okay. I screenshotted that and stuck that on Discord because I got a cackle out of it. Hold on, let me reread this. Because I'm sure chat has ideas. The actual post was this, chat. Check this out. So, hello. If anyone reads this, please help. I just took up the game and saw a 5-year-old dwarf punch a giant to death. I am completely astonished. She punched it into being terrified and then kept punching it, dodged it 3 times, and then kept going before even the militia got here. What do I do with that monster? I want to train that kid. She surely is going to be super important characters in my fortress. Advice is welcome. I'm willing to mine any ore and smith any gear to make her reach her full potential. I have about 20,000 money in cut gems already to be invested in her. So far, I've figured out how to smith steel and silver. Piles of toys, like if you wanted to live, piles of toys, public guild hall, and allow her to live basically in that guild hall in a pile of toys and let other dwarves come in and teach her. And also a big nickname. Zortos. Zortos, did you want Mistos? Okay. I was just seeing if you followed up. This one. Zort OS is not a real operating system, I don't think. She never feels tempted to overindulge in anything and lacks confidence in her abilities. She prefers everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and is often nervous. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She tends to avoid crowds, and she can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. She isn't particularly ambitious and prefers to present herself modestly. I wonder if you can assign war animals to a child. No, it doesn't look like it. That's unfortunate, if that's the case. Because then you could have, like, a bear following her or something. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she often feels discouraged. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Yeah, you could give her an office, you could give her a tomb, you could give her a tavern. Like, the old stories of Dwarven daycare have more negative effects than positives, so you want her to stay in good health and condition and mood. So basically, you would just want to teach her skills organically and wait for her to become an adult, and then you can do more. I'll take a look in a sec, Bioactive. She dreams of raising a family and likes brimstone, electrum, green jade, giant moose hoof, gems, spears, and thrones, and rabbits for their ability to burrow. The words of the festival of pantomiming and the sound of the large shocks. And when possible, prefers to consume Dimetrodon, squid, hard wheat beer, and sheep's milk and foxtail mullet, and absolutely hates bats. She's very thin and has a very round chin. Welcome to the fort, Zortos. So I'm moving a lot of my livestock up here because this is just going to be safer. We need to get all of this finished being blocked off. I need to get that deconstructed. I need to get you deconstructed. I need to get this all walled off, basically. We play this game very different, Nimrus. Children in your fortress are the most valuable members of your fortress. Although, I don't think I need to tell you this, but maybe it'll help. If you go into your migration settings, you can set the number of adult dwarves to children dwarves that can migrate to your fort. No, they're full-time haulers. So, like, children will do hauling for other dwarves and prioritize hauling. So it lets your main dwarves, like the primary number of dwarves, like most of your dwarves, to do things like make crafts, make armor, smelt, smith, construct, do all those other unrelated tasks, while the children fill up a lot of the busy work. Like, honestly, like that's the genuine response. Like, no memes. Like, that is the genuine response as to why children are valuable in your fort. Because they're literally just like walking wheelbarrows, which is super helpful to have in large quantities in your fort. When 8 children have gone missing, you probably also have socks everywhere and are wondering how to deal with them. It's okay. It's normal. Most people feel that way. I mean, sounds like your head got hit by too many of them in regards to minecarts. I mean, several decades ago in Dwarf Fortress history, they had very little purpose. Like, all they could do was deconstruct stuff sometimes. Now they have all sorts of purpose and are super useful. Like, I'm not memeing when I'm just like, they're very handy, especially in large numbers. Like, sometimes people think I'm memeing for some reason, but I'm not. The value of this needs to go up higher. What's the value of you? 30? 20? Not much. I literally have one right here, Brucey the G. Why would it be bad? If I'm not doing something specifically the way that you are used to doing it, why would it be bad? No, I'm blind. You're Brucey the G. Don't be silly. Not observant, for sure, but that's not you. That's me. Thought you were doing bad? No. You need to know this about me. I do nothing optimally in Dwarf Fortress. It is very, very rare that I will do something that is optimal in Dwarf Fortress. When I'm playing Dwarf Fortress, I play suboptimally. I play brashly. I do things for purely aesthetics and no practical purpose. And that is the majority of what I do. So if you're looking at something that I'm doing and being like, oh no, I'm doing it wrong because Blind is doing it different. No. I'm probably doing it wrong because I think it looks pretty. So just remember that. Like, I am a Fashion Fortress player, primarily, not like a micromanaging optimization player. I mean, this isn't Portal. I don't need a weighted companion cube. Nor is this the hit film Cube, the movie, featuring square rooms and guy that got cut up by lasers once. Yeah, that's how most people play games, I find. I'm gonna connect you to over here. Like, if I played Dwarf Fortress perfectly optimally, you wouldn't even want to look at my fortresses. They'd be so ugly. Those films give you nightmares? Really? Oh, I really like Cube. I've always found Cube to be a very fun movie. I need that Colossus. Wherever it be. There you are, Bronzy. You go right there. And I'm also going to go right here. Put the dog there. And I need to increase the value more. I need to make a temple and a priest. Yeah, that's one way to do it. I like to just simply cut corners. So anything that's like square, just remove the corners. So you make things look more natural. Like that will always look better to me than this. Just period. You still do during autumn? Those are good movies. They are, in fact, good movies. You need to be cut down in size quite a bit here. And then in here... Sure, I'll just fill in this. That's fine. There's a lot that you need to unlearn, because RimWorld tries to reinforce how much it's like Dwarf Fortress, when in reality it's very little like Dwarf Fortress. I would actually argue that having a million mist generators is not optimal in the slightest, because it blasts your frame rate into oblivion for a kick. To me, playing Dwarf Fortress optimally would just be having a million leaky light aquifers and everything diagonal, because that doesn't... Like, an optimal room in Dwarf Fortress would be like a space for a workshop, and then everything else would just be like this. Like a grid like this. Because then dwarves see the minimum number of people. A tavern would be 6 by 6 with like chairs on one side and chairs on the other side, and then or no chairs in it, sorry, and then like a dining room about that big and a place to brew about that big, and then everything connected like this. Like that would be optimal Dwarf Fortress. Nobody would really want to look at that. You remember how I said earlier, chat? This is a Dwarf Fortress stream where I primarily play and talk about Dwarf Fortress, but I still can't go 90 minutes without talking about RimWorld. It was about an hour and a half ago that you guys were yapping about RimWorld. I wish that I enjoyed Songs of Six as much as some people do, Elkbird. I mean, someone should go do it. I mean, there was that one person on Reddit that had a fortress with 1,500 dwarves and 75 frames per second. Who built a fort like that? I mean, the way I build forts is just purely the way I like looking at it. Like, if I like looking at a thing, I'll build the fort like that. If I don't like looking at it, I won't build the fort like that. And that's my entire logic. I'm simply doing what I like to look at. If I don't like to look at it, I ain't building it. This is going to be a carpenter shop. Probably 2 of them. More like the gift shop of Moria, because Moria is so much bigger than this. There you go. So you're high enough value now. Let's just get all this up here done. And then this up here. We'll just let them run in and out of this for right now. That's okay. But I need to knock down all of these outer trees. There's a bunch that haven't been set to be knocked down just yet. The literal second I get a Baron, we're going to start getting like complaint notices from the elf HOA. Great name for a fort, Gift Shop of Moria. It's like the Dwarf Fortress Saturday morning cartoon. Or like the Dwarven Insurance Agency, maybe. Let's get all that channeled down 1. And then I think first I'm just going to build dirt roads along here. But I'm going to rebuild them as constructed roads. Disconnected. Oh, the rock in the middle. You know, every now and again, somebody pops into my Discords and is like, I'm trying to build Moria. And I just respond with good luck. That's going to take a very long time. Because genuinely, like, Moria is humongous in comparison to, like, your average Dwarven fortress. You're better off trying to make, like, you know, an accurate representation of downtown San Francisco. I mean, okay, some Dwarven forts I've built are probably about that big. Because a day in Dwarf Fortress time at the frame rate I'm currently at is about 40 seconds. So if you think about it like that, it's actually not that ridiculous. Dwarves sleeping on the ground? They shouldn't be. The military might be, but even they shouldn't be. Dwarves don't poop. Silly. Sup, goat? More like plump helmet wine salesman. You know, I'm not gonna lie. I know some people who live in San Francisco who are just kind of roll their eyes when that kind of stuff come up, and they're like, it's not that bad. People saying that don't live here. So I'm just going to reiterate, it's probably not that bad. It's definitely something that people say when they don't live there. Effective propaganda is another word for it. It's all this poop agenda. No, think of RimWorld, like, this is the way I think of it for a kick. Think of RimWorld as a tower defense game where you have to manage moods. and Dwarf Fortress is a story generator. Like, you actually have to go out of your way to find the Mad Libs in Dwarf Fortress to get the story out of it. RimWorld, it's very obvious, but it's very one-dimensional and samey. In Dwarf Fortress, you have to go out of your way to find the stories, but if you're able to find said stories, you'll get a lot more out of it. Like, RimWorld is a game, Dwarf Fortress is a sandbox. Here we go again. It's like fucking Groundhog Day. I mean, it's just like its lack of Z levels. What am I adding roads for? I'm clearing all the saplings so that no trees pop up while I'm trying to do construction. Because I know it's going to take a little while. Although I might also dig them down a level. I haven't fully decided yet. Let's go wooden wheelbarrows. Make 30 of them. Yeah, that would be super cool. If you could make tunnels that were travelable in adventure mode. I kind of wish that if you settled on a highway, you could get traders through them. That's like the thing that I want the most. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I need to upgrade the value of one of the temples, which I'm gonna be a little cheaty with. What's the value of you? 1,400. What's the value of you? 5,000. Actually, I'll just accept both of them. Encrust furniture with cut gems and cut gems. Let's just get some furniture encrusted and then use that to increase values of things. Yeah, you can. If you're talking about in Fortress mode, you can absolutely access them. If you're talking about in Adventure mode, you absolutely can access them, and you can fast travel using them. How's the fort going? Pretty good, I think. Chat, how do you think the fort's going? I mean, we had a child die to a vampire. I'm in the process of doing several unrelated things, but generally, I think the fort's going pretty good. Nope, that is not true, Elkbird. You're spitting falsehoods, my friend. They absolutely generate in World Gen. They absolutely exist, and you can absolutely travel on them in Adventure mode as fast travel, and you can absolutely find them in Fortress mode. Where was I? There it is. Herbalist has been taken by a Fey mood. Gotta check that one. You took it from hearsay? It's best to just look at the wiki. But no, I've had many forts on them. If you are in adventure mode and you go into most dwarven fortresses and you travel down through the central staircase to usually the first or second cavern layer and you try to fast travel, you'll get a black background with just a line in the middle, and that's the fast travel on the road. You can also walk along them outside of, like, you know, adventure mode proper. Or just in adventure mode proper, but you'll probably get lost or ambushed by random animals on the highway and die, so be cautious. And then lastly, in fortress mode, if you settle between two dwarven fortresses or in very densely populated areas, which I think a lot of people don't do. So, like, as an example, if I were to settle, like, right here, you know, or let's find another active faction. Like, if I were to settle, like, right Like right here, like in between this fortress right here and this temple. Or if I were to settle like right here or around here somewhere, or maybe like up here somewhere, it's not unlikely that there would be one underneath me. And when you hit the caverns, you can see them running through the caves. I once settled on a volcano that was very heavily populated, and I started hearing almost immediately, something has collapsed. And I was like, what the hell? And when I dug through the volcano, you know what I found at the bottom of it? A dwarven highway going straight through the volcano. So, which you would be able to fast travel through in adventure mode, but in fortress mode, it was just a giant hole in the wall. And if you tried to normal walk through it in adventure mode, you definitely would burn to death. So they're not always like the best generated. I also love the idea of it. They're just very unremarkable when you run into them. That's the actual issue, is they're just not all that interesting. It's just like an underground road. Who's in the cage? It's a bronze colossus. Chat wants me to use it as training, so I'm going to use it as training. What sure contradicts it's the destination, it's not the journey? Yeah, well. Okay, you can just get deconstructed. We're gonna take the Mark dwarves and go station them right, maybe not right there, like maybe slightly back there. Go grab ammo, please. No access to table. You for realsies? Just thrones? Okay. I'll put these two more valuable ones in here. Which aren't stupidly valuable, probably, but they're more valuable than the other ones. Because the Untoward Faith must be elevated up to 10,000 value. It's currently not even half that. And this one needs to be constructed. In my mind, like, the volcano formed after the road was there. Like, I feel like they probably built the road first. And then the volcano formed. Like, that would just make more sense, right? At least that's how I've been thinking about it. Ever since I saw that road. Because, you know, it's like an earthquake happens and then volcano shoots out of the ground. That makes some sense. I mean, is it entirely logical? No, but, like, I could sort of believe it. More or less. All right, we'll get most of this finished. So this is just going to take a little while, but they'll do their best. And then up here is going to additionally be a gather fruit zone. And I'm going to go over to here and get rid of that. And start cleaning out these zones, because I've got a ton of them left. It's probably going to take me a while, but... There's nothing left in there. Nothing left over here. Just going to get rid of you. You can get rid of you. Seems pretty good. And now my livestock's all over on this side. And I'm going to go slaughter a bunch of rams. Slaughter you, because I've got a bunch of baby lambs. Slaughter the llama. I'm gonna war train the elephants. Leave them up here as guard puppers. You're gonna get butchered. And I said that I was gonna be a bad person a while ago and then wasn't really a bad person at any point. See these dogs? This is a cage. They're all in separate cages. They're all gonna live in here. That's gonna be my leather supply. That's me being evil. Okay, so now that I've got these dwarves here, I can go over here, do this, and this, and this. Let the training begin. — 101 Dalmatians, yep. Corella de blind. Sure. Cruel dwarfist de blind, for sure. Now we just need to wait for the saving to be done. Bolt throwers don't do shit for archery. Or any other skills. It is entirely just crossbow skill that we're training here. I'm being cheesy down here. There you go. The untoward faith now has a high enough value. And you right here can now recognize the high priest. So Darut is now the first evil. They're as opposed to the second evil. And we're going to elevate terminal wetness to the sacred trifle. As opposed to the first evil. They're so evil. At least we've got one temple down. As for other temple, I don't know where to put it just yet. I'll figure that out. Probably like back here. Or maybe like up here. This would be a nice spot. Claystone. 12. There you go. That can be my claystone pattern thingy. And I don't quite have enough shell blocks, so I'll use some boulders. That's fine. Not really, because the second they turn back into a were creature, the dwarves will just fucking shoot them in the head and they'll die. So no, they're actually pretty bad Marksdorf practice. The only reason this is good is for Marksdorf practice is because I can get them to shoot at this guy and then get out of the way without actually killing it. Otherwise, most normal dwarves would just kill it. So the only reason these are any good is because they can use bone bolts. But like, bone bolts will kill a werebeast. They won't kill a bronze colossus. Maybe if you could get like a forgotten beast or something that is made of metal or some other strong material, or like, I don't know why this dwarf's not shooting. It's just spectating mostly. If you can get a dwarf that's what's the word I'm looking for here? Or a creature that's made of metal, or a zombie that can't die. to soft blunt attacks like that, then that would be more what you should aim for. Anyway, we're going to get that sealed up until I get some more dwarves into this squad, and they're a little bit more useful in this regard. Otherwise, I'm just going to stress them the fuck out. But no, werebeasts are basically useless for everything except for killing. Like, you should kill werebeasts. Also, check out these step ladders, chat. Look at these dwarves using these step ladders. Ain't this awesome? Ain't this fucking awesome? I'm also going to go to these corners, and I'm going to give them stairs going up and down. So if for some reason a dwarf does get stuck in one of these trees, they can probably just climb down. But look at them at it. And look at all the plants that we have. Ain't that awesome? Bringing them all down here. We made that joke many times yesterday. Did I do olive oil? I couldn't figure out what workshop I needed to make and then forgot about it. Do you know what workshop I need to make olive oil? Because I don't. I didn't look it up on the wiki. I mean, I can make oil, press. Yeah, but okay, so press liquid from paste. It doesn't let me specify at all. So it's just gonna make general things. Like if it is a screw press, it's just gonna make general things. It's not just gonna make olive oil. And I kind of would want it to be specific. But I could just make a press and make it do its thing. I just kind of don't want, like, random shit running. Olive is the fruit? Okay, I will just reiterate. It doesn't let me specify, and we have, like, 1,000 different fruits in this fort. Not 1,000, but we do have, like, dozens of different fruits in this fort. Okay, I will reiterate. It doesn't let me specify. So I could say, if there's X number of olives in the... Here, I'll show you what I mean. So I could do this. I could say press from fruit. Okay, cool. Press from fruit, sweet. Then I can go here and I can say if olive-bearing seeds. I could probably specify in here, but it'll still use any. So then I would have to have a specific stockpile for it, which then I would need to pull from a specific stockpile. I don't really want to do that. That's like 2 more steps than I'm willing to do. Also, it's asking for probably jugs, which do I really want to make jugs? I guess my question is, I don't think this is worth it. Why are my dwarves not throwing up? Because they're spending time outside. They get cave adapted if they spend too much time underground. Yeah, then I really don't want to do it if I need to make jugs. Like, that's just kind of not worth it. But, like, I'll make a deal with you, chat. I got a subscription an hour ago, and I'm not even 30% of the way to the daily minimum. If somebody tips me $10, or if we get 5 gifted subs, I'll start making olive oil. I'll do that for you. I'll take that bullet. But we gotta help make that daily minimum. 1 subscribe in a tub. In fact, I'll even make the beginnings of the stockpile for you. All right, we'll make olive oil. It's cheaper than real olive oil, that's for sure. Are they under tools? Where the fuck are those hidden? I ain't gonna specify for jugs.
Stone_hobo cheered. X1000.
Hobo, thanks for the $10. And Crossing Colossus, thanks for the 5-pack. Jam Jalopy as well. Thanks for the $10.
X1000.
Hot damn. Let's make wood jugs, if I can. Yeah, wooden jugs. 40 and I just want to separate them out. Okay, so you need a zone. Also, that's a hype train. Thanks for the $5. End shift. Appreciate you, mate. Temple. Jesus, this is a... There's a lot of different gods. Like, there's so many. There's so many gods of the sky, the wind, and hunting. What the hell is happening? That is bizarre. The Doctrine of Amethysts right there. We can engrave all this. Go silver tables. We'll see how that does. I think that's a bigger pantheon than the Greek one. Yeah, and they all worship, it's all the same thing. Actually, I wonder. There's one human in the fort. No, it's not even the human's fault. It's not even the human's fault, chat. And I was just presuming it was the human. That's crazy. That it's not the human's fault. That is a level 3 hype train. It needs 1 subscription or $5 in bits to level up. But thank you very much, chat. You're very kind. Sounds like we should make a Crosswatch Squad in tribute. I have one. It's just not in tribute of anything in particular. Also, they're pressing the liquid from fruit. And I will just say whenever there's fruit available and liquid container is above 5 and above 5. Although, guarantee you liquid containers aren't actually high enough at the minute.
Tuoni World cheered. X500.
End shift, thank you very much for the $5. Tuoni World, thanks for the $5. Thank you very much for the $5. You're very kind. Thank you, chat. It's raining something, that's for sure. Can we sacrifice the human? That's not very dwarfy. Can I kill him? Sure. Why? There's no benefit to that. Is this one of the other jug requiring jobs? You press fruit so rarely. I mean, I'm trying to make oil, but yes, it is one of the other fruit, like jug requiring jobs. The main issue with jugs is you have to keep them separate from other things. There you go. Assuming I have at least a jug, which I do. Cross and Colossus, thanks for the 5-pack. Cheers, mate. You're very kind. I am abort to have Willow Jug. Olive oil. Are you happy, chat? Dude, real olive oil is like more expensive than Dwarf Fortress. Like 750 milliliters of olive oil in Canada, like the real stuff, is more expensive than a copy of Dwarf Fortress. Let's just make sure that's set to cook. It should be, but I should actually stop cooking most of my alcohol. Because I got so much other stuff I should be cooking instead. Mostly seeds. You should be sleeping in the barracks, you goof. What are you doing? Why are you no sleep in barracks? You silly. You'd use dumpster oil? I actually do pay for fancy olive oil, mostly because I like it. That's the main reason. N-Shift, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Also, it's a... Hold up. It's a... I didn't even notice this. It's a treasure train, which means shit's on sale. That makes sense as to why you guys are going crazy. I only just clocked the fact that it's a fancy train and not a normal train. So that's cool. Fancy oil tends to be worth the money, generally. Fancy oil for the fancy train. You know, this probably isn't that bad. Sheep intestines, sheep tallow, and alfalfa? That could be recognizably food stuff. Jesus, Xylem. Thanks for the 10-pack. Jugs of oil is the first step to training your dwarves to be legendary wrestlers. I'm not sure that's true, but maybe sport wrestlers. It's also not really that valuable, which is kind of a shame. Anyways, we did the thing. Is there alfalfa in Herbie sausages? Brewing drinks. Making meals. Out of taro, sheep tallow, sheep cheese. Again, that's probably an edible meal. Cheese and taro? Taro's like a potato, isn't it? I think. I don't need visitors here. How much more value do you need? Not much. We're gonna alter the lead's history and make a lead altar. You were watching the previous VOD and you got a gift sub. You don't need to be watching the stream to get a gift sub. There is a setting on Twitch that you can enable or disable if you like, which stops you from getting gift subs to channels you don't follow. But outside of that, like, Twitch just prioritizes based on people that, like, have watched the stream before generally. So sometimes people will get gifted subs and be like, I don't think I've ever actually watched the stream before. And then, like, they probably just got rated in once 5 years ago. That kind of thing happens quite a bit. There are, in fact, gorillas in Dwarf Fort. I think they're war trainable. I had some gorillas in the last fort. Although when it comes to oil, I've been getting way into grapeseed oil recently for frying potatoes. Because I was, like, cooking, like, making this one potato recipe that, like, specifically says to use grapeseed oil, and grapeseed oil was on sale, so I bought it. It's pretty good, actually. It is cheaper than olive oil by a lot. This will probably get us high enough value. There we go. So the holy mine. Moreb, are you in the chat? Yes, you are. Would you like to be the holy mine? The god of minerals. I know that you're a scholar. It would overwrite your scholar, Jerb. Because of their antibodies? Oh. What about their uncle bodies? Good enough for making sausages? I mean, as long as you can make food, yeah. I mean, I haven't been buying fancy anything. Like, I've literally been living off of vegan chili for the last 2 weeks. Because I was broke the month of June. I'll be okay as of the 14th when paydays hit. But, I had all of the bills happen on the same month, and it was kind of a, whoa, okay. Time to just, like, not spend money on shit for, like, a month and a half. Also, I went on vacation at the very end of May. So it was like I had credit card bills from vacation, followed by then small paycheck because I was on vacation and didn't stream for a while, followed by all of the bills in the same month. $23 eggs? Hell yeah. I really want a Cosmoceratops. Chat room, thank you very much for the ridiculous hype train. The level 7. It needs 7 more subs to level up, but yesterday we had a level 10 one, so honestly you guys have done more than I could ask for, so thank you very much. Thanks for all the bits and the subs. Appreciate you guys. So what do you think, Moreb? Do you want to run this religion? Human culture or elven culture, Eagle? You took a class in the food industry, and one of the main themes was about olive oil. Funny thing about olive oil is that people used to cut it with candle wax to make it to get more of it by liter. Yeah, no, I mean, don't look at what they used to cut whiskey with and like what they used to cut bourbon with. It's like there was like laws put in place for ingredients for bourbon so that people would stop cutting it with like snake poison or tar or literal fucking saliva or piss. History of bourbon in the US is kind of wild. Yeah, it's kind of the way of things right now, Elkbird. Like, I'm doing really well, and it's difficult to do things like that. Well, so since I haven't gotten a direct response from Moreb, I think I will give Nish the job. The Holy Mine. That's a temple done. Holla. Whoa! Buddy! Who the fuck are you? Also, this is my first time seeing them with clothes on. Look at them, they're adorable. I don't have any cold cases. I can't interrogate him for no reason. What a shame. You're a criminal from Secret Civilization and a criminal of the League of Walks. I am a member of the League of Walks. Very big fan. A member of the Noble Rights, which is an outcast group. They have clothes now? Yeah, as of the prehistoric patch, all animal creatures have basic clothing. They don't have full representation. And they have, you can see their weapons, shields and such. Honestly, I think the weapons is like the biggest positive out of that. Dwarf was stricken by melancholy. Oh, shit. I had an artifact fail. I fucked that up. Dang it. I forgot about it. I was too busy working on the religion amongst other things. All right. I'm also going to put... a barracks up here. Because if I put a barracks up here, then it would be quite easy for me to just simply keep bads out of the top by having my soldiers just stand out here. Let's also get rid of this. Well, I mean, at least you'll get a lot of triceratoplets. Tomlets? It's triceratops omelets. Triceratoplets. We'll go with that. A triceratoplets. Not to be confused with a microcera omelet. That's completely different. You're gonna go upstairs sooner, girl. You're gonna make them into war animals? Sounds like a plan. You know what I should do that would really help a lot of the cave adaptation? Is put a dormitory up here. That would really help with cave adaptation, is just have a dormitory like above ground. So I'll have two dormitories primarily, one above ground and then one below ground. And they'll just go to whichever one's closer, but because they'll be coming up here anyway to harvest fruits, if I can incentivize them to go here, that'll already be kind of huge. According to the wiki, they only lived for like 4 years, but they've been alive longer than that now. It might be like a 4 to 10 or something. I need to go look again. Where was the other one? It's up here. So this, you can store ammo in. This, you can store ammo in. This, you can store ammo in. Who's the most pissed off dwarves in this fort? There's this militia captain who fucking hates his life. But actually isn't that pissed. Just experienced trauma once. Oh, I was gonna delete that anyway. And who else is pissed? Oh, one of them is like insane. One of them's the vampire, that makes sense. Saw a goblin's dead body. It's not too bad, really. I would like to see them... Oh, wait. Hold on. You're only taking from one stockpile. That would be why. Take items from here. So currently, I fucked up a little bit. My kitchen was only taking from a different stockpile, so now it's going to start taking from this stockpile as well. So let's see how this goes. And I'm also going to go here, go to seeds, because we're not farming at all. We're just going to allow all seeds in that stockpile. Just going to suddenly bring a shit ton of other ingredients into here, but that's okay. Max age 10 to 20. Well, good to know, Moreb. Also, Zortos, because I missed this the first time. A representative is not a chance to recruit. A representative just purely means that they are running a criminal group. They're probably just an agent coming to take my stuff. It doesn't have anything to do with them, like, being recruitable. So these are almost all entirely olive oil. I just want to see them cook with olive oil. So is there a reason why you prioritize that one? Well, give items. Interesting. What if I actually go to you? Just get rid of both of these. Let's see where they will prioritize this. Well, you just grabbed Dwarven syrup from up there. Well, that's fun. Or not Dwarven syrup, I misread that. So that's just ratweed and a pile of meats. Smells nice. I mean, I'd probably use tallow because I've got way more of it, but... Can they not cook with it? I should make soap anyway, so let's do that. Pretty good, Ranger Rick. How goes life? Hopefully well, based on recent news. They clearly seem to. I mean, I'm sure there's more substance to, like, solid materials anyway. I want to acquire object and be extravagant. I also... Let's do priority number 3. Like, olive oil isn't something I've messed with much. I just want to see them actually use it. Because that would confirm that it's, like, usable. I know it's usable for soap, but... I just want to complete this cycle. I need to make a clothing industry, so that's what that'll be once they're done with this. Is there a new animal larger than a giant sperm whale? I don't think so, but I know that the animal brontosaurus man and whatever the aquatic one that looks similar is called, it's like Moss's something saurus, are bigger than the whale man. 117 days left in prison. There's been olive oil for a minute. I just never do it. Okay, so what if I say only take from this? There we go. I'm making deep fried French fries because they got a potato in there. A potato and avocado wood jugs. Okay, so it does work. Well, that's good to know. The thing is, though, they're going to need to go through all of this in order to use this. So olive oil... It's a stack of 5 superiorly minced olive oil and superiorly minced olive oil and superiorly minced olive oil and minced potato plant. It's more just like fat. It's like congealed oil. Anyway, what was I doing here? I'm going to make a ashery. And a soper. Certainly something maxing. Although I feel like dwarves need their calories, let's be honest. I don't know what I'm going to do with this animal caretaker when you get back, because you're just going to immediately start eating somebody. If you want to max it, yeah. Yeah. It's kind of a shame that, like, they don't prioritize a mix. They prioritize just solid or soft, because there's just so much solid food. I guess, like, what I could do is I could just make a separate... Okay, actually, here's what I could do. I could say... You will take items from here. And I'll go to food. And I'll say fish, egg, and meat. And then say you'll only take items from here. Then I could make a second kitchen like up here that just does whatever. Although maybe, like... Let's do just elephant meat. Yeah. Not in a while. We had this discussion yesterday, Elkbird. I like total conversion mods. I don't like piecemeal adding small things in. And there isn't really any total conversion mods that are super interesting to me currently that have tile sets, which is kind of a necessary thing for me to be super interested. So let's see what you end up making. It's gonna be a whole lot of meat. Yeah, I don't super care about Warhammer, as chat discovered, much to their dismay yesterday. I'm not a big Warhammer guy, kind of at all. So this should also get bumped up. Yep, there you go. Yeah, it's a little late, because it's just sheep stuff. Let's just say make ash. Let's just make 20. Seasonally, if the amount of ash is less than 10. We're gonna make soap from oil. Every fort needs soap. I mean, it's not mandatory, but it's exceptionally helpful. Okay, so since the aquifer is like right around here, I'm gonna go over to here, dig vertically down to about there, go over to here, go over to here. Nope, not there. Go there instead. Which will come down here, go there. Hospital's right there. Cool. Lye is the way of soap that they're talking. So I'm making ash at the ashery, and then I'm going to make soap from and then you have to make ash at the ashery, and then you make that ash into lye at the ashery, and then you make tallow. Sorry, no, not the ashery. I'm dumb. You make ash at the wood burner shop. Ash into lye at the ashery, and then you make the lye into oil either with tallow or oil. My brain is like decombusting. You made kebabs? I'll take one. That sounds good. Thank you. It's very kind of you. I hope you brought enough for the whole class as well. Chat's hungry, I think. Chicken kebabs? Ooh. I need to make kebabs or, like, shawarma or something while camping. That's, like, pretty high on my camping foodstuffs list. I'll have to figure out what to do with those. What'd you miss? You've been gone a couple hours? We got a bronze colossus trapped over here. I've increased the size of my military a little bit. I'm making soap now. We've got olive oil, which is fun. Okay, so make lye, and we'll just do it right here. If amount of lye is less than 10, the amount of ash is greater than 10, make lye. And you're just going to make soap from oil and soap from tallow. We'll do both. And we'll just do that seasonally. We're going to have tons of soap soon. Preparing a lavish meal, which I think is just elephant meat and a pile of olive oil. I actually really want to see what this looks like when it's done. Olive oil roast. This is 59 olive oil. The ingredients are minced elephant meat, minced olive oil, and minced olive oil, and minced olive oil. I smell like olives. All of these dwarves. All of them. And now I need to make a wood burner or none of this is going to work. Which is a wood furnace. Actual slop? Yeah. That's why I said congealed oil. It's like a deep fried elephant steak, basically, but they also give you, it's served in a bowl with all of the oil. You know, you gotta slurp it. That, or if you want to be generous, it's more of like maybe a beef dip. Like cereal? Yeah. Good lord. You would say that your dwarves are going Greek? Going Greek is something very specific. And no, I wouldn't say that, necessarily. Olive oil is healthy in, like, reasonable portion sizes. Your dwarves do that with T-Rex eggs? T-Rex egg cereal? Or they deep fry them? Just gonna queue up one full manual one just to show that it works. Just to prove that it's not a fluke. As a certain lock-picking lawyer would say. Well, I mean, if you eat, like, a jug of olive oil, yeah, that's not even remotely healthy, but, like, you know, a teaspoon of olive oil is not unhealthy. 35,000 calories? Man, I only need 36,000 calories to get through the day. Something working day, I mean. See, make soap from oil. There you go, boys. How's that, Aruni? We are now making olive oil soap. Oy. The dwarves will be well lubricated. Sure. I can't really deny that. So this right here, pouring water into here pretty quick. Go down into here, go down over to here, and then go up into here. That's my well. And I'm going to just make sure that there is a way out of the well in case somebody falls into the well. And if they, you know, pull a Hail Mary and get very lucky, they may be able... Oh, right, yeah, so this dwarf died because I'm an idiot. This dwarf didn't really die for any real reason. They died because I'm an idiot and forgot. So I'm gonna make them a little tomb, as is becoming my tradition up here. And also, this first road over here is done. I've got a bunch more to finish. Complete above ground fort next? I'm confused. What? What do you mean? The last fort I did was more or less an above ground fort. Are you asking if the next fort I'm going to do is an above ground fort? The last one I did was an above ground fort. This one's much more my normal speed of like kind of 50-50-ish. And there we go. Olive oil soap. My dwarves will be seasoned. Damn right, they will be seasoned dwarfers. Hey chat, what do dwarves use to swim? Endorphins. Boo, you know it. Come on. Is that or what do you use to swim indoors? Endorphins! Anyway, right here, I'm going to go here. Well, thunk. And we'll say, yeah, let's just use the last of those lime buck things, and then the sheep's wool ropes, the fancy mechanisms. And this right here can be a water source. Hells yeah. It's going to take a little bit, but I'm going to need to increase the flow. It's a bronze colossus. Imprisoned is a very loose way to put it. It's more just trapped. It's stuck. He lives there. Not willingly. He's not too happy about it. But we don't let him leave. You're thinking of playing some Dwarf Fort while watching me play Dwarf Fort? Well, that sounds like a plan to me. Nothing wrong with more dwarves in your fort. Maximum fortations. But the alert sound may cause panic. So do keep that in mind. Let's just do shale there. And then here I'll just get rid of that. And I'll get rid of this. And get rid of that. Man, those honeybee remains are intense. Should make a beehive and just stick it in the tavern or something so the dwarves just get stung constantly. Furkix wants us to just mention that they're dwarfing on my fort until I Armok. I mean, if an arm not okay, then that means that you have repetitive strain injury and it's probably time to take a break if nothing else. You're wasting away on RuneScape right now, injured your wrists because of it? Oh, that sucks. So you can barely play it? Well, this helps keeps you sane. Well, I'm glad that you're able to do other forms of games. This is almost done. Of course, it's Pebble out here. I think I'm going to put Pebble into this temporarily, because Pebble really seems to want to go do some soldiering. Just waiting another 20 seconds for these ads to end. What's the thing on the left? What thing? Oh, the giant. Yeah, it's the Bronze Colossus. The Bronze Colossus. The Bronzy. The Bronze Boy. Oopsies. While I'm waiting for these ads to finish, I'm just going to go through here and do another round of this. This is how I get water out of aquifers. I'm going to be using this to fill my well. Oopsies. Zeron Cyborg has been a godsend for your carpal tunnel? What's an Zeron Cyborg? Can I show you fort, please? I will give you brief overview once game done save. Thumbs up. Also, I completely missed that Ranger Rick wanted a dwarf. Are you still in chat? Do you have any job preferences? We don't have any dinosaurs in this fortress. Literally just these guys, and none of them are pets. But Ranger Rick wanted a bearded dwarf, preferably with a dino pet. We can't do the dino pet, but I can give you a bearded dwarf. How about we go with... Nope, not you. Not the super pissy dwarf. Like, how about perhaps I go with... this dwarf. Kogan. Hey, chat, yell at me if Ranger Rick pops back into the chat, and then I've got to give Ranger Rick's dwarf a reading. I'll read it when he pops in. So this is the upper level. This is where I'm keeping my livestock, my sheep, and these guys. Down in the actual fort itself, this is kind of the upper layer, which is a tavern and a temple. Down in here is the first kind of Fort E layer, which is mostly crafting at the minute. And a small handful of guild halls. Down here is the area with the majority of the military. And the actual front door, which goes this way and this way. It needs some paving. And that's pretty much the entirety of the fort. I mean, there is some stuff going on over here. We're not farming at all. There is no farming in this fort. This fort is entirely... This fort is entirely made up of above ground harvesting. So there is that. It's like a customizable one-handed keyboard. Oh, nifty. Okay, I'm familiar with those things. No cavern access? Technically I do have cavern access. I'm just not really doing much down there. It's just this. So, not a ton right now. I technically Forgotten Beasts could access it, but I haven't seen any yet. Fingers crossed. I dealt with a lot of those in the last fort, and so I'm kind of hoping I don't need to deal with any for a while. Yes and no. I mean, Crundles aren't really a threat, thankfully. And Troglodytes are not generally a threat as long as you can evade them getting in, which isn't too difficult to do. Need to make sure that's the right dwarf. Also, most of the dwarves are gathering plants right now. You guys gotta see this. This is super cool when it happens. Your name is Elkbird. You seem biased. I've just been very, very, very maniacal about my ergonomics for the past few years. So I sit up quite straight in my chair, and my desk is quite low, so my shoulders don't have to bend at all. The last like issue I had with any kind of like pain, see all these dwarves in the trees? They're picking fruits. So all these lychees and willows and avocados. Man, I wish we could make avocado oil. There's tea leaves everywhere. Eric's up here too. How often do you see dwarves actually utilizing stepladders as they're intended for farming in an orchard? And this right here is going to be another dorm. So I got more space to sleeps. I wonder if it's... No, it's not going to do the thing. Only do that if I multi-zone it. Well, it hasn't resulted in that yet. This is a farmer's workshop. That's a farmer's workshop. This is one of these. That's one of those. So let's just do a tiny little platform. Not out of nearest materials. I'll use claystone. These can be for farmers. And then this over here can have a line of claystone for aesthetics. And then the rest of this can just be you, you, and you. And this is going to be for leather and cloth. You're saving up for a new PC. Sadly, I can't afford much ergonomics. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I'll tell you this. I had this chair I've had this chair since 2018. And around halfway through owning it, sometime 2021, 22, I realized that either the cushion on the bottom got thinner with time, which I think was actually the thing that happened, or I just realized this, and that's the armrests were a little bit too high and couldn't go down just enough in order for me to be comfortable. And so what would happen is my shoulders were lifted up slightly higher than they needed to be. And this resulted in a very slow and steady progression, but eventually pretty extreme shoulder pain. And what I did was I took a screwdriver and took the armrests off my chair and threw them in the trash. I actually recycled them because they were made of plastic. But I took them off and recycled them. And my shoulders don't hurt no more. It's kind of lovely. So sometimes like ergonomics isn't necessarily spending money on something. Sometimes it's just changing how a setup thing works. Is there a max world height? I think it's 400 Z levels total on a map is the maximum of what the game can roll with. That should be like 150. Ay, ay, ay. Actually, what can I extract? That requires vials, right? Let's just make some green glass vials. I mean, I know I have the stuff to make it. I just need a glass furnace. Because I actually have some bags of... Actually, I have some bags of glass, or bags of sand, bags of glass, bags of sand just lying around. Some elves have arrived to trade once more, which is kind of surprising as always. Let's see what they're willing to trade with me. Damn. Dwarven syrup roast. Holy shit, that's expensive. Could just cut a bunch of gems. That might actually be the play. Yeah, I'm just gonna cut a bunch of gems. Actually, those pedestals? Pretty valuable. I think I'll keep those, though. For making crafting areas. Spinner withdraws from society. Spinner winner. Literally is woken up into a mood. I have a feeling. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. I thought this dwarf was going to go for a clother's shop, but... you can be a cloth shop, and you can go up this way. Alrighty, so let's go here and just go cut gems. Bring those. I don't think they like gizzard stones. It's a shame I don't have any more expensive gems, because I really don't. Go through a PC areas and then you go to secret lab. I don't like the design of secret labs, but I understand why people like secret labs. Secret labs are for somebody that's a little bit heavier than me. But if you're like tall and also kind of heavy, they're pretty good chairs for what they are. It's just not my preferred design style. I have a knockoff Herman Miller, which is really nice ergonomically. Not very good build quality, but it was really nice when I initially got it, but it's kind of outstayed its welcome. They have a giraffe. All right, chat, I'm going to show you guys a life hack here. I'm going to take this grown cedar cage. You see it says grown cedar cage. I'm going to sell them a gem. Then I'm going to pause the game immediately. Go here, and I'm going to place this grown cedar cage right here. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some animals into it. And then I'm going to sell these animals to the elves in their own cage. This is the best way to sell a bunch of stuff to elves. But I want to sell stuff that I just don't want that isn't super heavy. So let's sell them these 2 goats. Let's sell them some sheeps. Let's sell them these 3 guys. Let's sell them the... Yeah, it's probably plenty. I mean, it's maximum dwarf for maximal dwarfiness. You're dwarf maxing, if you will. I hate current slang. I'm not gonna lie. The it's thing maxing does genuinely make me feel old. Like it's the first time in my life as an adult where I'm just like, oh, I'm old. I don't get it anymore. Although, fun fact, chat, there's 109 people watching on YouTube, and there's 197 watching on Twitch. Obviously, this isn't the greatest data, but there's 1,146 people playing Dwarf Fortress right now, meaning at least, like, roughly 10% of the Steam Dwarf Fortress player base-ish is watching this stream right now, which is bonkers to me. I tell you, chat, it's fucking bonkers. I'm an OG. I mean, I've been streaming Dwarf Fortress since 2018. I've been streaming since 2014. So I guess I'm an OG. Did I never remake the public temple? I never remade the public temple, chat. I'm so sorry, dwarves. I've betrayed you. I was like, why are some dwarves getting upset? And then I looked, it's like, hasn't prayed to so-and-so for super long. I was like, oh no. Oh wow, I did this perfectly. Yeah, it's this one. Well, that sucks. I also need to keep an eye on this dwarf and what to do with you. Okay, so you. No, I do have places of worship. I just don't have... Ooh. Kodal Olkarud Kikarud has made a sheep bone shield and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Moses Coast Rings. I'll put it in there. No, it's fine. It's Algar. Okay, 2 more. One more. And you're just chasing that little guy, trying to catch him. There you are. Actually, hold up. No, okay, it's not going to. It's not going to fail us. It's fine. I can leave it like that. You down here are now fully set. So then you, once that's not deconstructed, can now go cage. Just need to find the shared cage, the cedar cage. And then they'll trade it. Somebody named Rankle Candorink wants to, You're a human. Go away. And now I can sell them this, which is probably too heavy for them. No, it's not. Wow, that's crazy. That is actually kind of crazy. They don't have any other fun animals, though. I'll buy your barrels, because why not? I'll buy your buckets, because why not? gonna buy your green jade altar because that's kind of rad. Done. Wasn't that a grown cedar cage before I filled it? Absolutely. No, so I bought an empty cage from them for 1 gem and then filled it up with animals and sold it back to them. And honestly, I think that's a pretty magnificent genius play. I'm here to pat myself on the back and say good job. No, it just doesn't specify shared in that menu. Once it's got animals in it, it says name of animal cage. If it's empty, it says grown cage. Currently playing Anno 117 since I skipped it at launch, and you're giving it a chance now. How's that rolling for you? Coupon Dwarf? Who's Coupon Dwarf? I think that these dwarves need a little break. So we're just going to let them store stuff in stockpiles, but I'm actually going to go into here and pause a whole bunch of jobs. I'll leave like a bolt making jobs going. I'm going to leave 1 meals job going. Just going to undo both of those. Going to pause those, pause all these. Leave those running. Leave that running. I'm just going to go... Oh, no tables. What chairs? Need more chairs. Just going to get some of these valuable as hell pedestals in here and just put some interesting objects on them and let the dwarves dance. Gandorf. I mean, it's good to have traditions. I can't say that's one that I share with you, but I respect it. If you have a martial arts dwarf, would you name him, I was going to say Gimli, but it kind of doesn't work actually as well as I thought it would. It sounded better in my head, okay? Meditate on misery. I hope you're getting along just fine there, dwarf. Some migrants have arrived. Would you look at that? The not creative, poor empathy dwarves. Ganondorf is much evil. Very, yes. Must agree. Dwarf's got an interesting haircut. You're a hammer dwarf. I'm looking for hammered dwarves, not necessarily hammer dwarves. Well, 100 plus dwarfs, chat. Not bad if I do say so myself. Wonder what items we're storing in bins right now. Ganondorf, the Necromancer Mayor. Who's constantly at war with a particular teenager elf in a green shirt. You need an elf named... Oh, it would be Elphys, not Elvis. Come on. Elphys Parsley. I mean, I know the lore. Come on. Don't be silly. The king of logging rolls. Making logs roll? He can't be the king of rock and roll. So what do I do with you? You've got 51 days left in prison. Kind of new to the stream. What do I mean by Stone Age? It says in the description of the stream, but basically it's like a military vibe for this fortress. I can't specifically... I can't use anything except for melee blunt weapons, and I'm only using leather armor. And we have a little bit of like a nobility feudal society thing going on here, so the dwarves all are sharing dormitories instead of having specific bedrooms. But that's the majority of the theming. You know what? Yeah, we're just going to go all the way along the top here. And then up here just needs to be turned into a combat tower. And then up here just needs a roof. So that the dwarves don't do the dumbest thing as the alternative to the funniest thing. Obsidian short swords are horrendously weak. Like, they're almost as weak as wooden training swords, which are specifically designed to be non-lethal. This is a very normal map, Flu, because the 2 forts ago was a murderous, terrifying map, and then the one I did like the last map that I did was really close to a bunch of necromancer towers and untamed wilds. This one's just kind of vibing. Because sometimes I just gotta kind of vibe without, like, you know, suffering. I got my fair share of suffering in the last 2 forts. So this was that artifact. This is a sheep bone shield. Our craftware ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval shale cabochons and encircled with bands of Dimitrodon bone. It's not how you... It's Danotherum's bones, or whatever. Round shell cabochons, Danotherium leather, and water buffalo leather. This object menaces with spikes of shale. And the item is an image of a fluffy wambler in sheep's bone. And the item is an image of Ardent Coil, the sheep bone shield in clear tourmaline. They didn't come back. Most of the time, if that happens, it means that you have some sort of war animal assigned to it that's stuck and not able to leave the map, or not all the dwarves left the map initially. If that does happen, usually what happens is they come back as part of the next squad. Does it happen? Not very often, but yes, I have had it happen. Happened in the last fort once, which was kind of a bummer. Beagle. It doesn't work, Alkbird, in regards to that command. It used to, maybe about 2 years ago. I haven't seen the fluffy wambler in my chat in a while. There is a potential chance for that to happen, Amelisson. It's possible for dwarves to defect. Like, believe it, like if a dwarf has like very, very, very low loyalty and the commander dies or gets captured, there is a non-zero chance that they can just leave. If you send out a squad, call them back and like cancel the job before they all leave and some of them don't come back, that's probably what happened. They'll usually come back in a couple of years as part of a migrant wave after joining several other groups, which is really interesting when that happens. The game just doesn't communicate it at all. Often when you send out a squad and they just never come back, a bunch of them died, and the game just isn't fully clearing that from memory properly, or they got kidnapped, and the game isn't clearing that properly from memory. There is a edge case where it does bug with them just sitting right off the map, but that's not usually the cause of it anymore. It's usually actually defection at this point. Like they went and joined some sort of mercenary crew or something. The game just doesn't tell you or explain why. I really wish that there was like a crime that they committed when they come back, like defection could be a crime, or being a traitor, or like abandoning your post could be a crime. Because like if they left properly, like if it deleted them from the squad properly, and then when they come back, they have a crime against them, that would be really cool. I'd be a huge fan of that, but need to make leather quivers. That is about as general as... I don't have an oil-specific dwarf. I mean, I could give you a presser. Here, you can have this dwarf. Deller the presser. Croson. Croson? Galley listens, is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. Very rarely develops negative feelings towards things and is not a private person. He freely shares details of his life, and he tends to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He generally acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and tries to do things correctly each time. And he doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and is often cheerful. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and is curious and eager to learn. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he thinks that he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He has an active sense of humor and speaks very deliberately when he is annoyed. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally thinks that the quest for knowledge and oil is delusional fantasies, which is why you should put oil on it, and is put off by trade and commerce unless it's related to oil. Sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless unless he's covered in oil. He likes olivine because it looks like oil, and lay pewter, as well as yellow glossier and warhammers and bolt thrower parts. Blue peafowls for their coloration, and saffrodaporix men for their gilding. And the sound of the goldenrod of tresses and probably the screaming sounds of whatever those people are. And when possible, prefers to consume lychee, which are everywhere here, lychee wine specifically, and you hate flies in your lychee wine. Unless they're made into oil. Greasy. Speaking of greasy, let's go steal some books, shall we? Or really any artifacts for that matter. There's a goblin forest to treat on there. We're going to go explore Yell's boulders. Squatties are gonna head out them. And I could only conquer the sites, not raise them, because dwarves aren't monsters, unlike people who play Dwarf Fortress sometimes are. Dwarves are pretty heavily confirmed, well, not pacifists, but like they won't go committing genocides. They're not going to kill random civilians. So if a place is primarily civilians, you can't raise it because that requires trying to kill everybody there. So if you are attacking a place, and at some point they just stop fighting, it's because all that's left is civilians. Goodness, that was a lot? What was a lot? What'd I do? Also, hello, Clino. So I think roads are extremely ugly in real life and in video games. Make them invisible. For more evil dwarves? Why? These are dwarves from Dwarf Fortress, not chaos dwarves from Warhammer. Go play Warhammer if you want Warhammer. That already exists. It's called Warhammer. Just build floor? No. You build floor. I like this. I think it's kind of nice. But there wasn't any subscriptions for the last hour? And no effects have been used? I'm very confused. As you can build on... They are so annoying, I think what you mean is as you can't build on them. Yeah, but unlike floors, they give dwarves happy thoughts. Like, they get the happy near furniture thought when they're near them. I only ever use them for stuff like this on the outside. They also use significantly less materials than... what's the word? Than building pathways. What's the worst skill? I was gonna say alchemy, but I don't think alchemy exists anymore. I don't think there really is a bad skill. Like, there's skills that aren't really useful to the player, but there isn't really a bad skill. I mean, like, I make fun of fishing. Maybe shell crafting if you don't have fish. The Diamond Order now requires a temple and a priest. Okay, sir, if you insist. Maybe gelding, but gelding is technically... Well, gelding and butchery are both technically just... like, copy-pastes of, like, striking. Like, they're essentially combat dice rolls. Beekeeping? Yeah, actually, probably beekeeping. Probably beekeeping. You think it's Mason? Oh, Jesus. I could not disagree more with that opinion. No, masonry is extremely useful. Maybe reading, because all it does is it makes them read books faster. Yeah, maybe reading. Waxworking's fine, but I would say reading. What am I doing? I'm looking for this vampire. There you are. 37 days in prison. So the question is, do I wait for the vampire, excuse me, to get convicted of another crime? Or do I try to do something with you? As soon as I feel I need to. Owens. And I know that's like a non-response, but like, if there's like a lot of wildlife that's going to attack me pretty early, if I'm very near a necromancer tower, pretty early. If it's somewhere pretty chill, pretty whenever. I honestly don't know and don't really care to know. Kage Jitai. I've seen that myth as well, but I have no idea. I kind of just don't care. I too would want to make myself gone after stating that one of the most valuable dwarven skills is useless. I too would run Beagle Weagle. It ain't just stone building, my guy. Okay. I don't know what to do with this vampire chat. I might put you in a squad by yourself. Whenever these dwarves come back. And then immediately make you leave the map. When you're done with your crimes. That's kind of what I was thinking. Although that is less exciting than just making him fight this guy. So I don't know. Oh, true. Cheese making actually might be the most useless skill because you're not benefited at all by if they're good at it. Because there's no quality in cheese. There's just cheese or no cheese. So I guess like presser's also pretty useless. Pump operator's pretty useless. Yeah, it's like saying that Craft's Dwarf ship is useless. Is that why cheese base price is so high? It depends on the animal that it's made out of, I think. Like, certain animals have, like, a bonus to value of things that is made out of them. So, like, bones, food products, etc. Trying to give these dwarves chances to make friends. Which in some cases seems to be happening. In other cases, not so much. You want to master a skill. Toasted the furnace up. You need to all go pick up your stuff. What are you? Oh. It's like, why is this dwarf not doing the thing that I'm looking for them to do? It's because they're, you know, the vampire. Makes a lot of sense. All right, well, let's go down here and send this squad over to here. We're gonna go train up our Marks dwarves a wee bit. Makes some starts really interesting. I mean, it's the best use for adventure mode. Bring some cool items while you're at it. All right, it is time to train up these Marks dwarves a little bit. Which they currently can't stand there, so they're just gonna go stand down here. There we go, it's now open. They can back up. Come through the corner, and then they go do the pew pew pew. And it just kind of tickles them a little bit. You actually look at the combat log, glances away. Could also put like a bolt thrower in the middle of this. So right now you're all skilled. You're not much. You currently have like no skill in this. Should probably do some shooting. I like how a lot of these aren't even making it through. Like, they're not even hitting him. Because they only really will gain skill if it hits them. I wonder if by jumping around like that, they also gain dodging skill. Probably, right? If you retire an adventurer in your fort, then yes, they will be there when you reclaim it. This will cause my dwarves to panic like fucking crazy, though. Because they don't realize this is like a non-combat conflict. They think they're just at war, and they go, oh god! And then they can go train up. Now they've done a whole bunch of training up, and then they can go do other things. I'm going to actually just make a siege workshop real quick. I'm going to just make like 2 bolt throwers and just put them right here and just go at this guy. See how those will work, because I'm kind of curious. Bolt thrower parts, let's just do 3. I don't need many. No, those are adamantine. Hold up. Bolt thrower. There you go. 3. And it's full of forgotten beasts? Well, there must have been a bunch of forgotten beasts. I have a question. Had you played that fortress for a while? Nimarus? Did you have access to the caverns? Did you lock a bunch of forgotten beasts down in the caverns? Knowingly or unknowingly? That would be why. You have to make sure that all the beasts are dead, or they will just be in places in your fort. They're not the game doesn't know where they were when you retired the fort, and they've moved since. They just know that they're on your map. So, because the game's not that smart, it might, if not likely to, put them somewhere you're not expecting. Congrats, you've unlocked fun. I hope you have a military. That's all I can really say. Did I make that giant dude into a living firing range? Chat told me to do it, and I know I've done this before, but it's horrible for moods. My soldiers are going to fucking hate it. But yes, I did it. Dwarves don't really enjoy shooting and training on live targets. They just find it really fucking stressful. We're gonna go discuss models and templates. Good luck there, Brutal Pebble. How's this dwarf doing? I'm gonna take you out of this squad. Oh, I thought I had fruit and leaves checked on that. Well, now I feel really dumb. Well, shit. There's gonna all of a sudden be a lot of hauling jobs. That makes sense why this stockpile was always so empty. I feel really dumb now. Cooking with olive pumice, which is like crushed olive, basically. These forgotten beasts were in the tavern? Uh-oh. Hopefully your dwarves weren't all in the tavern, and if they were, then c'est la vie, Mr. Dwarfus. Well, chat, I need you to give me a round of beers and pour one out for the survival odds of our friend here. I do hope that you're able to pull it out, because that kind of sucks if things collapse around you because of that. It's not fun. So my condolences. I told you this yesterday, just at me. You don't need to put a Q there. What is the best use for lead? I use furniture because it's constructible. Once it's placed, it's just, you know, it takes a while to build, but once it's placed, then dwarves don't need to worry about it. Otherwise, jewelry. No jokes. Dwarves are very empathetic, which is why a lot of dwarves really like working in... Which is why a lot of dwarves really like working in, like, hospitals. Got sheep tallow that we're cooking with. Durian seeds. Oh, I see the problem here. I set them to make potash from ash, not just make ash. Which I feel dumb now. Makes a lot of sense, though. All right, well. All of this is rolling, all of that's rolling. All these dwarves are reading books. There's a dead hamster in the living room. The normal stuff, presumably. Tavern is bopping, at least while the dwarves are here. I'm gonna go open up a window. It's getting a little stuffy in here. You guys can follow Jay as he prepares lavish meals. 2 seconds, chat. All right, window opened. I now have a breeze. Might turn on the fan too. It was cloudy this morning, but the sun came out like in the last 20-30 minutes-ish. And now it's quite warm. Or at least there's quite a warm breeze rolling in through here. Oopsies. Don't want auto dig. Just want dig. Cheers, Sen. Thanks for helping keep the chat moving. I'm trying to wonder, like, now when the next patch is going to be. The next time that would make sense would probably be around the time the Dwarf Fortress anniversary happens. I kind of thought that's what the dinosaur update was going to be for, but then, like, all those animals released way before then, so... I'm actually very curious as to when the next patch is going to be. I don't know about you guys, chat, but I'm also really, really, really looking forward to that stream that Zach and Tarn are going to do. For those of you who don't know, on the Dwarf Fortress 20-year anniversary, which is the 5th of August, Dwarf Fortress is going to be getting Zach and Tarn are going to be doing a live stream of... you're supposed to make things into lie. I guess whenever there's 10. Zach and Tarn are supposed to do a live stream of the original Dwarf Fortress build that released. Because I don't think I've ever seen either of them play that build of the game. So I'm very curious to see that. Like, I'm super duper duper looking forward to that. Whenever Magic releases is whenever I'm going to pester Tarn to come on stream again next. So, and I've got a ways before then, probably. Definitely some time's going to pass before Tarn comes in on the stream again. But because I'm still allowed to speculate and I haven't been led into private spaces where I know more, all I can really say at this point is I really hope that that Magic stuff that they release lives up to some format of expectations. I really hope that there's more to it than just Fortress mode stuff. Like, I hope there's some adventure mode stuff for it. Like, some of it is implicated in adventure mode would be really cool, if that's the case. I just want to see people be happy about the update. Because, like, the Extinction update, new animals, real cool. Some people actually didn't like it, you know? I think that they're the minority, for sure, but it would be nice to see an update that people can just kind of unanimously get behind. Instead of it just being like, it's for some people, which kind of seems to be the way this one shook out. As much as I really like it. It's not everybody's cup of tea. So, that's my big hope. Is there doubt about it? I don't know. Is there? You tell me. Like, Dwarf Fortress isn't really a game that has doubt about it generally. The hardcore fans who've been here for forever kind of don't care. Like, they know that things will just slowly get added and it's going to take time. I think that the younger Steam audience, by younger, I don't necessarily mean age-wise, but like recency that they've been following the game is a little bit more fickle and less forgiving, for better or for worse, than the old school audience that's been here for forever. So I don't know. At least from my perspective, I don't really have doubt. I know that whatever Tarn adds will make sense at some point, but I also know that Tarn has added things to this game before that make zero fucking sense when he adds them. Like, there's been things added to Dwarf Fortress that don't make any logical sense for a while. Right? Like, right now we have an example of this is in adventure mode, there's the mysterious sites. And then there's the weird little orbs in the mysterious sites that literally do nothing. And then there's the magical weapons in adventure mode, which I consider to be the first portion of magic, but apparently the rest of the planet doesn't, which have magical powers attached to them. And I look at that and I go, oh, that's amazing. Like, that's actually really cool, like, progress towards an idea of what that system's going to look like in future patches. And most people just kind of talk about it like it doesn't exist. And so, like, I think when a patch comes out for Dwarf Fortress and it misses, it's not usually because it's a bad patch. It's usually just it's not implemented in a way people want it to be implemented now. Or it's not implemented enough. Right? Like, if you're a weird obsessive like me, then you'll notice that there's references to the, like, fluffy cloud stuff or whatever the weird orbs are in the Legends generator or the Myths generator, which Tarn showed a prototype of in 2016, which is really exciting. But if you only play the Steam version, don't read any of the blog posts, and never check the, like, roadmap, and have never looked at the prototypes that have been released about this game over the years, it would make sense why you would just be like, what the fuck? and just be kind of confused. No, and I've explained why like a bajillion times. I've modded the game to just play as goblins. I've modded the games to just play as elves. They're literally just weaker dwarves that have half the mechanics to keep happy and are very, very easy to keep happy. Like, it's like removing all of the management from the game, basically, Nimruz. So, no interest in doing that. I don't mind replacing the management with different kinds of management, but, like, managing humans is just managing dwarves, but they don't need alcohol. So all you need is, like, 5 wells. Like, it's so fucking boring. I mean, here's, like, what we know about magic, if you guys actually want to know. I'll go read the thing. Give me a sec. I've started in on magic and rituals. As I mentioned last time, the links between procedural and Lua and text raw knowledge skills, research methods, activities, professions, and such have come together. And I have little debug wizards casting spells based on knowledge alone rather than syndromes or primordial items. There's a magical projectile effect that can trigger an additional interaction on impact. So we can expand beyond the era of magic dusts and such to handle skill-like effects. Magical projectiles have their own layered palletized animations, and their impact effects do as well. This includes special palettes for divine metals and fabrics, which can also be used for sphere-linked colorization generally. This month, we will see continued work in this direction. We no longer do the big multi-year releases. We are going to do an especially long one for Magic. We were going to do an especially long one for Magic before Steam, as many of you know. So there's more picking and choosing about what's first for this Magic release, what this first Magic release is going to mean. We're focusing on Fort Wizards, of course, and temples and attacks, but with underground and ruins. But and a bit with the underground and ruins. The next big thing to do is expand the new activity definitions to encompass multi-stage rituals for multiple participants to be conducted in temples or around magical work areas. Code-wise, these have the most in common with tavern dances. We are using a smaller single-move versions of these spell castings that don't create actual in-game activities, and they sold 10,000 sales copies in June. No, I wouldn't. Charbold. So, like, that's what we know right now. But I think people get a very specific mental idea when they see the words magic. And I think it falls into a very D&D kind of style of magic, like click, attack kind of thing. I'm kind of this is just my envision of what Tarn's talking about. It kind of sounds like if you have a temple, like this is a temple, right? If you have a temple, they'll go dance there sometimes and then thing happen. That's what it sounds like to me. Maybe I'm off on that. And that is something the player will be able to trigger. You really, really should go sleep where you're supposed to sleep. Instead of going wherever the fuck you're going. But like, I don't know, man. Maybe. See, like, that's why I get a little worried, Elkbird. Because you say, I'd love for some technomancy. Okay, so, like, if gods are tied to spears, like Tarn suggests, then it would be based on the gods that you worship. So this fortress right now, we have a god of minerals that's pretty well worshipped, and we have a god of misery and torture. So I would have some sort of misery and or torture magic, and theoretically some sort of mineral magic. Whatever that means, Are you asking me why I didn't read them? Because I don't read those. That's why. Batome. I was going to cue something up and can't remember what it was. What the fudgicles? Oh. Look at what I found, chat. Dinosaurs. Well, that's exciting. What if I go over to you and close you? Oh, I was wondering when that was going to happen. The vampire has been found nomming on people again. Captain. Oh, you're dwelling upon the scarcity of cages again? Well, that sucks. Clearly, Nefajitas. Okay, but like, Dwarf Fortress I don't think is going to have geomancy. Like, I do not expect it to be called that. Which is why I'm like, I think that when people talk about this update, I get worried. Because I don't think it's going to look anything like you're expecting. Okay, let's just get you locked up again. Fath. I think that was actually my monster hunter. Like, that wasn't actually a citizen. It's just kind of funny. If it was a D&D style magic, the update would probably be out by now, so you're very excited what they consider magic. I'm trying to think of, like, other games that do stuff similar to sort of what I think it might end up looking like based on what Tarn has talked about. And all I can really come down to is, like, you know how in, like, Black and White, your people can just kind of do rituals? And if they do enough rituals, then a thing will happen? Or, like, you earn enough, like, favor and a thing will happen? I have a feeling it's going to end up being closer to that. Where it's kind of just hands-off from the player's perspective. Like, maybe you'll have to assign some things to the right room or something. Or make sure that, like, you have the right jobs available for certain things to happen. Like, maybe you need to assign a dwarf to a zone so that a meter builds that's hidden. But, like... I completely lost the last name of that dwarf. U-S-E-N. Or you have to craft magic stuff in a workshop and then they can use it in temples. Yeah, there's also that alternative concept where, like, what if it's even more in the direction of, like, you make magic vials and then the wizard person in your fort takes those vials and fills them with stuff, which can then be used as ammo. Fuck if I know. I mean, I still maintain every single time people suggest Fireball as a spell, I just have to remind everybody that that would cause the frame rate to go very bad. Very quickly, probably, if it causes smoke. That is honestly one of my biggest fears, is that a bunch of spells just break the frame rate. Let's just say, what if the inclusion of magic would block certain technologies to exist? One of the main reasons to technology to exist is to solve a problem. If there's magic that does that, why not omit? I don't suspect it's going to play out like that in regards to that comment. What I mean by that, let's just make these dwarves new sets of pants and yarn cloaks. What I mean is, like, I don't think it's like, oh, dwarves can instantly build chairs now. I have a feeling what it's going to be is you'll either have offensive spells, defensive spells, or neutral spells. This is me guessing. And I have a feeling that you're going to need to make prerequisites in your fort to have access to one of those. If it's a defensive spell, it's probably not going to do anything, except for when goblins or elves attack, or humans attack, or whoever has access to the spell that it counters. So, like, maybe goblins have a sorcerer that can shoot gem dust, which works like a cannon, okay? And, like, maybe shoots and causes explosions. Okay, fine. Maybe they shoot mineral dust that causes explosions. We call that gunpowder, more or less. And maybe you have a god of mountains, and the god of mountains has a nullify magic equivalent, so they can't use it when they get through your gates, which makes them quite weak. So then you would be incentivized to either make the temple closer to the baddies or be incentivized to let them into the fortress so you can fight them once they're inside, instead of fighting them outside. Something like that. I don't know. I have a feeling it's going to be much more like that, less of a... How do I put this? Less of a... This spell just does this thing. I have a feeling it's going to be a bit more abstract. When does it come out? When it's ready. We don't know. There is no announced update. I would assume sometime later this year because they've said this year. So presumably November-ish, October-ish, but we don't actually know. Yeah, much less I cast Fireball and more I imagine the concept of Fireball and am pitching the idea of Fireball to you. Catch. And good day, Lab Enjoyer. How are you today? For reference, just to give you an idea on how long this concept's been flying around, Tarn started talking about procedurally generated magic in like 2011. So, some people are probably younger than the concept of magic being added to Dwarf Fortress watching this stream right now. I am also more interested in the myths half of the myths and magic stuff, Elkbird, but I've got nothing against adding more varied gameplay to the game. I think personally, if I were to say what I'm more interested in seeing added to Dwarf Fortress, it's overhauls to Legends, it's overhauls to World Gen, first and foremost. Unreal World has magic? That is complete news to me. And I've played Unreal World, what? Or was this one of the things that they removed from the game? Because I know that game's changed quite a bit over the years. Oh, it's a ritual to catch fish. Okay, well, that's not what I thought you meant. That might be. Because, like, in the 1990s, that game was, like, a hard fantasy game. And now it's, like, Stone Age survival. Like, a lot of the fantasy stuff got removed. Which is kind of crazy, actually. You want to find out that the invading humans follow the patron of water and prayed to. What about the god of fish? They worship the god. They worship the god of fish, and so they all get gifted gills when they go to attack. It's like water world. All hail the water whirl. I read that as kiss my ring. It's kiss rhyming. Dis. Lisp. Nope, that doesn't rhyme with kiss. Piss. Bliss. Gist. No. I said gills, not fishtail. Okay, but what if they worship the god of minerals that turns their skin into steel when they invade? I would be shocked if any of this stuff I'm saying in the last 10 seconds is a thing that gets added to the game. But like, okay, but what that then, Blue Piggy? Actually, Iron Skin does kind of sound like a thing that would be in a video game magic system. I'm pretty sure Stone Skin is. Also, once again, my favorite time of the year is happening. When all the dwarves climb up and into the trees and gather all the stuff. Look at it. It's glorious. Absolutely glorious. Adamantine skin, no, that's just crazy. Although, if it's a god giving them the gift, wouldn't it just be like... It's one of the god medals? That would make sense. You're hauling an avocado? Just an individual avocado? Rambutans everywhere. Meanwhile, Soap Goat here. So I'll have to go brew some drinks from fruit. And this is super duper duper empty. What is that? It's a random dinosaur part. Sounds tasty. And a fish cleaner has been taken by a Fey mood. Has your move improved? No, you've just been kind of pissed, although I need to give you more chains, actually. I need to make your, like, prison less grody, like it currently is. Because right now, yeah, we're out of chains. Oh gosh, I hope not. Cravclash. Although it really makes you wonder what spells would the God of Suicide do? Like, is the God of Suicide just gonna make all the enemies just yeet themselves into your moat? Like, what's that gonna look like? Like, that's gonna get grim quick. Okay, actually, kamikaze goblins would be a lot of fun, and or very funny. I might be back in. You know, goblins just like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it for the, I don't know. I'm gonna do it for the clout or whatever, and just like charges in and just baddie explode. Or just like randomly one dwarf a year explodes. Or it's like the God of Murder. Randomly a dwarf just dies. Nobody notices the effect. And go, why doesn't my god do anything? It's kind of sad, really. It's like, so-and-so's been missing for a week. Yeah, and what else is new? Let's see what Strange Mood doing. Marble. So, Hang Kingu in YouTube chat, he did say that? So they said, am I hallucinating, or did they say that divine metals will magical properties? So, artifacts have been discussed as a method of imbuing spells in items forever. Like, that's been an idea that's been thrown around for a very long time. That being said, I have no fucking idea what that's going to look like. It wouldn't surprise me too much if we end up in a place where certain materials, if used in an artifact, would give specific types of spells with some predictability. But based on whatever the metal is. Please don't ask me, will something? I don't know. But god metals do have their own sprites. What doesn't are the segmented, blocky, square, bulky, multi-piece, whatever, curved, the stuff with the extra adjectives on them. The additional tag don't have sprites. God metals have sprites, but it's the ones with the additional stuff that don't. Predictability in your Dwarf Fortress? Some things in Dwarf Fortress are extremely predictable. I know that if there's water in dirt and there isn't a lake nearby, it's an aquifer. That's predictable. So if you are digging around in a good biome and you dig into a thing that says that there's water on the other side of it, and then you dig through it, and instead of having water on the other side of it, like, piss comes out, that would be unpredictable. Comprende? I need mechanisms. Who peed in the dirt? Sure. Unless you're using that one mod that makes rain leave actual puddles and snow melt into water. Which just eventually leads to there being mud everywhere. It's like the inverse of the effect that rain actually has, which is it kind of cleans stuff. I'm very happy that Dwarf Fortress isn't Warhammer, J. Graham. People always tell me these little bits and pieces about Warhammer stuff, and the more I learn about Warhammer, the happier I am that Dwarf Fortress isn't Warhammer. Because a lot of stuff in Warhammer just sounds very tedious. Mathematically, yeah. Elkbird. I think I'm just going to leave them as is. You really like the fantasy setting? Certainly, but I think like if and this is one of the reasons I'm super happy that Dwarf Fortress has like the prehistoric animals in it now, is it sets it apart, makes it different. I think that like the worst thing that you can do for any kind of fantasy setting is make it all samey and homogenous. And I think that sucks. And I think that there is a lot of sameness in different universes of fantasy stuff. So I need to actually make that temple that I started, which is going to go right here. Temple, the Diamond Order. Want a temple. The God of Minerals. Like, what would a God of Minerals temple do? Like, if you were making a God of Minerals temple, in order to use spells, would it require specific types of materials in it? Like, that's kind of the questions we're asking with magic stuff. Yusleon? I have no idea how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry. Thanks for the Prime sub. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the brand new Prime subscriber? Mineral water? Turns water into mineral water, which allows dwarves to be able to drink it because it feels like alcohol. What if it, like, here's the thing. What if it let you use gems as weapons and they could shoot dust at things and it would have different effects based on what the gem is? Like, I think what makes me worried, actually, about the magic stuff for Dwarf Fort is when I see comments on my YouTube videos, which I see several a day, sometimes dozens, sometimes hundreds, that say things like, Dwarf Fortress is going to be like turn-based Noida in adventure mode in a year. When I see people saying shit like that, I go, oh no. Oh no. Someone's overhyping themselves. Duck for cover. Lower your expectations. That's what worries me. And I've seen a couple of those. When Tarn talks about gods in different spheres. Spheres? Spheres. BRB, gotta go drop some high expectation comments on a video. I mean, go drop comments on my video. But, like, I do wonder. Onul, the fish cleaner, has created Vathenoslil, a marble mechanism, and claims it as a family heirloom. I hope you worship this god because it's getting placed as part of a lever in this room right here. You know what blew my mind? Crypt Mac, the 55th. On Sorry, I also watch that Channel 5 sometimes, so that's funny. Onul, you mean the one that died? Or this Onul? Oh, I see. I had an Onul that died, but this is the one that you're referring to. God of Murder gets Glocks. And all the dwarves get little red bandanas. You know, Suited, I genuinely disagree with that take. I don't think we're ever getting a Slaves to Armok 3. Because we never technically got a Slaves to Armok 2. Dwarf Fortress is a spin-off. So that's like saying Final Fantasy X-2 is Final Fantasy 11. Which it's not. It's actually like Final Fantasy 18 or something because they made a bunch of other spin-off games. Anyway, the thing that blew my mind with Dwarf Fortress was when Putnam told me that the Dwarf Fortress engine is capable of rendering in first person. That blew my mind. Anyway, she is greatly moved by art and natural beauty and is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world and has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution and can be very happy and optimistic. She forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to her detriment, and is quick to anger, is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She does not often feel lustful, has a greedy streak, and lives a fast-paced life. She prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and prefers to present herself modestly. She laughs loudly when she's excited, and she lowers her eyes when she's trying to remember something. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. And dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized, and personally values eloquence and is put off by trade and commerce and does not care about friendship. The engine for Dwarf Fortress could be programmed to render in first person. You need to see this? I can't show it to you. The closest equivalent you can get is something like what Deep Space has been working on in his free time. Or Armok Vision, one of the third-party tools that let you see 3D renders of your fortress. I can't show it to you because it's not a thing that's possible in-game, but the engine could be very slightly modified for that to be possible. But also, you don't want that. Anyway, Rolf likes conglomerate, gold, white jade, coconut palm wood, warthog hoof, warhammers, leggings, goblets, dogs for their loyalty, strawberry plants for their vivid red color. If anybody knows it off the top of their head, grab the Daggerfall if it was like 50 times more open, significantly flatter and less interesting looking. But sure. If anybody has a link to Deep Space's utility, grab it and plop it in the chat. When possible, he prefers to consume 2-grain wheat beer, water buffalo's milk, and absolutely hates fire snakes. Her nearly fused-lobed ears are splayed out, and her hair is somewhat greasy. It's from all the olive oil. She worships Ashen and is a member of the Doctrine of Amethyst, who does have a temple here. And she's very angry. Very angry. And, we now have a holy canyon of the god of minerals. Wasn't the original Slaves to Armok 3D? Yep. Yeah, it was. And the reason Dwarf Fortress isn't 3D is because it turns out you can develop a game a lot quicker when it's just ASCII or static sprites. I mean, Slaves to Armok was in development for 8.5 years, and Dwarf Fortress eclipsed its feature set in 3 months. So they kept on working on Dwarf Fortress and stopped working on Slaves to Armok because it was more rewarding. presumably. I mean, originally there wasn't an official tile set, yeah. Tarn has confirmed and reconfirmed that we will have explosions as part of magic, but I kind of doubt it'll be a black powder mage specifically. Maybe that equivalent. You need to also remember that I talk about some things sometimes on this stream, not Minky Green, that are just things that are true, but aren't like relevant at all. Like, I think it was version 34 of Dwarf Fortress that had a capital V hotkey. And capital V was visualized. This has been removed from the game like decades ago. Practically at this point. Over a decade ago. And visualize let you have basically a mini-map in addition to the mini-map that was from a isometric-ish perspective. So it was like a pseudo 3D render of the map that you were playing on. And it got removed because Tarn couldn't figure out how to make it useful. Like, I asked him about it once, and his response was, yeah, I couldn't figure out how to make that old thing useful. It was just, like, kind of confusing and made people, like, annoyed, so I got rid of it. Thanks, carbohydrates. Like, this is sort of a... maybe not the best example, but an example of what, like Dwarf Fortress could look like in first person. Also, apparently there's somebody making a tool to export forts from Dwarf Fortress and be able to walk around in them in Vintage Story. And there's an old one that used to let you walk around in them in Minecraft. But that one is quite old, admittedly. And hasn't worked in quite some time, I should add. Stone Sense isn't 3D. It's like sprite-based or isometric, but sure. It is a visualizer. It's just not 3D. That is very valuable. Wowzers. The one that you're thinking of is probably Armok Vision. Which I don't think has seen an update in quite some time. That's not wrong, but that's not entirely true. Not Minky Green. Minecraft was originally a fork of an open source game called Infiniminer, which was developed by a guy named Zach, who went on to found a studio called Zachtronics. And Infiniminer was fully open source, free. You could fork it and make money off of it, do whatever you wanted with it. Like old school open source. And Notch referred to it as Infiniminer clone once, and then made a fuckload of money and became extremely rich, and then never mentioned that it was based on an open source project ever again. And there's a pretty heartbreaking piece of footage of Notch giving his speech at the Game Developers Conference with the guy who made Infiniminer sitting there who at the time still had a day job, wasn't working full times in the games industry, and he's watching this guy go, and he looks over at the camera and goes, man, he didn't even mention my name. So that feels bad and is bad. But on top of that, there's a couple of games that Minecraft has a lot of, like, DNA in common with. But Infiniminer, the map generation was partially based on Dwarf Fortress's map generation, because it would generate you a landscape, and then it was team versus team, and you had to build your base, and then you'd play a first-person shooter in your base. You can still go play it. I mean, it's free. Like you could still it's probably still getting updates. I don't know. Someone's probably doing something with it. But Dwarf Fortress's impact on Minecraft, I don't know if it came before or after the Infiniminer connection, but Notch is a notable person who has played a Dwarf Fortress before. And that was also in an era where Dwarf Fortress was kind of in the zeitgeist, I think, and you would get a lot of free internet cred, I guess, for invoking the words Dwarf Fortress, because this was like around the time that, like, I don't know if viral's the right word to use, maybe like the original viral, but things like Boat Murdered were going viral, if you will. Notch is very notchable. As in, he's Nacho friend. I mean, what? Let's do some training with this sucker. Some migrants have arrived. On Minecraft's dead history, no notes. Here's my billion things on a whiteboard connected with string statement about Minecraft. So Minecraft is an open world survival crafting game thing, right? Epic Games was like, man, they made a lot of money off of a game that was objectively really cheap to develop. Man, we should make something like that. And so they started prototyping this indie project called Fortnite around 2009. Now, Fortnite got beat around the bush a whole bunch, and because Minecraft has some DNA in common with Dwarf Fortress and was one of the inspirations for Infiniminer, Dwarf Fortress kind of caused Minecraft to exist. And then Epic Games went and worked on this Fortnite thing until they eventually released Fortnite Save the World, which they charged too much money for in an early access state where it wasn't ready for public consumption. And then PUBG was suddenly the biggest thing in the world, and so they were like, hey, wait a second, we can just contort this into whatever the hell we want, because we are a bunch of shysters that don't like to give people an honest chance in their own business. So they then transferred the existence of Fortnite from a open, like a kind of survival crafting thingy to a tower defense thingy to something else entirely, and it became Fortnite Battle Royale. So Dwarf Fortress is the reason Fortnite exists. Hi, Lateran. Do you have notes on that, Nemai? How's that one? Try that one out for a second. I literally ran out of bolts. That's very funny, actually. Same way Eve stories were? Absolutely. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Lateran keeping that sub alive for 14 months? Thank you much for the ongoing support. You're very kind. Been annoying the channel for over a year. That's a definition of annoying. No, I mean, the construction in Fortnite was directly inspired by Minecraft. Like, that's just true. Like, that's just what it is. Oh, this all needs to go away. Also, chat, I asked for more beers, and we got one more set of beers. When somebody resubscribes in this chat, you type in the beer emoji or the beers emoji, and if less than 2 people respond, like, what are we even doing here? Or my beer emote. There you go. Chat found the beer button. Oopsies. So, I now have a bunch of dinos. And I think it's time for us to build these dinos a home. I see that you thought a lot about this, Nimai. I was just shitposting. I don't really care about Fortnite, but I do love the nonsense babble that the Fortnite exists because of Dwarf Fortress. I do like that. It entertains me on a very personal level for some reason. You know your gaming history? I mean, I used to know somebody who referred to me as a walking encyclopedia for video games, and let me tell you, there's worse curses you could have. I know all this, I kind of lost interest in the topic, I guess. Although there's a lot of people out there who claim to know their gaming history and don't even know what the fuck a roguelike is, so... You know. Life goes on. Yeah, no, Fortnite was very, very, very opportunistic. Right place, right time. Nilok Nifets throws 10 units of YouTube monies into the YouTube chat and then says, chat, could I get something to drink? Yes. Do you need us to pause? Also, chat, could I get a round of beers? Pleasant thanks. Hey, you're one of the good ones then. The number of times people have told me that a card game is a goddamn roguelike, and I just sit here rolling my eyes. It's like, y'all don't even know what fucking Rogue is. I'd be impressed if they were, like, at the very least, Thief, but... Is it bad that I'm looking forward to the remake of Thief, even though it's probably not going to be great, just purely because it'll be nice to have a version of Thief that doesn't require you to spend 90 minutes rebinding the keys to be able to play somewhat functionally? They just patched it, like, recently. Like a month or so ago. NetHack got a pretty huge update. Oh, I see. Nilok wants beers in the YouTube chat. But you got plenty in the Twitch chat already. We do also have wine over here and juice boxes in the YouTube chat. So if you're a YouTube member, you do have juice boxes. Are hereby Hades likes? You know, something like dawned on me pretty recently. Specifically in accordance with Star Wars Galactic Racer, which, by the way, might actually be my most anticipated normie game right now. I'm very excited for that. I really want to play that thing. But something dawned on me. in the context of Star Wars Galactic Racer. And that is Star Wars Galactic Racer has a mode where every race you win, you get money which you can spend on your ship. Okay? And every race, and if you don't win the race, if you crash, you lose a life. And you have 3 lives, and if you lose all 3 lives, you start at the beginning. At the end, you get a score. That's an arcade mode. And there's people on the internet going on about how there's a roguelike mode. I think that the way people use the word roguelike now actually is just an arcade mode, but it's so far removed from what an arcade is that nobody knows what an arcade mode is anymore. And I think like the only games that I can think of off the top of my head that still use the word arcade mode are like fighting games. Or like games that are actually in arcades. It's kind of fucking wild to me. Like it blew my mind. I was like, whoa! My God. People just don't know what an arcade is anymore. Anyway. There's a goblin. Goblins. And you... That's funny. This dwarf is doing construction. I told the squads to go station here, and this dwarf immediately fell asleep. But spooked the shit out of this goblin, who's now overwhelmed by terror and probably leaving, I would guess. See ya, buddy. Yep. Uh-oh. And there's an ambush. Curse them. Toasted the recruit is firing bolts at the goblins, who are skilled bowmen. The question is, how close are my squads? Actually pretty close. They're running up to... Okay, well, that dwarf that decided to take a nap, dead. That dwarf that was standing her ground, also dead. There are 2 dead dwarves. Let's see how they go on in this sniper battle. Oh my God, they've all ditched. They ambushed us, killed 2 dwarves, and fucked off. What a hellscape. Grim. That was grim, chat. What's the material of the paved road? I think that's actually logs. They don't... No, it's claystone. They don't, what's it called? Change color based on material. Which is kind of disappointing, but it is what it is. Well, with that, the goblins now require our vengeance. You attacked us. Although I don't actually know who they are. The mysterious monster is who's attacking me. Oh, so mysterious. So there's a dark goblin fortress right there. There's pits up here. Splash Cruel Malign Dungeon, although those are kobold pits. I'm actually just going to go attack these kobold pits, because they're not going to fight back, which will make my life a lot easier. So we're going to go test out our skills on that. And I need to make 2 tombs. This looks like a funny shaped, like, pig. Like, see, there's its snoot. Peppa Pig mention? Sure. Not really what I was going for, but... I understand that Peppa Pig is a kid's cartoon. I have no idea what Peppa Pig is outside of that. That is 100% of my knowledge of Peppa Pig. Paint breath. Inquiries on paint breath. I think if you have paint breath, you should stop drinking paint. Although it's probably more profitable than having dragon breath. Oopsies. YouTube chat says that her name is Peppa and she is a pig, probably. Sounds right, I guess. Actually, no, not there. Okay, that should help. Crazy goat has returned. That was fast. I did a bunch of random exploring of things. I got an elephant ivory scepter by raiding the kobolds. We let the dwarves led the attack, and the dwarves had no advantage. The goblins actually did, which is interesting that the goblin was leading an army of kobolds. And we looted treasure after killing the goblin. So I guess that's good. But now they're at war with us, so we should just keep attacking them. Go get them, dwarves. I'm like the perfect age where I thought that YouTube poops were the dumbest fucking thing in the world. Like I just perfectly missed them. I think even the good ones are bad, personally. I've never saw one that I thought was funny. It's, I guess, just perfectly not my sense of humor, is what it is. Which is totally fine, by the way. Also, check out all this olive oil soap. Probably smells great. These dwarves smell like olives. Jess, thanks for the raid. Hi, hello. I'm pretty zonked, not gonna lie. Tired today. But, how was raid? How was stream? What were you playing? Hello, Flamethrower. Hello, Jess. Welcome, Raiders. Mods, could I get a shout out for Jess? Jess and friends, if possible. I mean, that's just called, like, growing up. J-Sog, what up, dude? I hope you've been well. And same to you, Jess. I've been okay. Getting by. 73 months. Jesus Christ. 73 more months than I was expecting. Chat, can I get a round of beers? For both the Raiders and also Jess keeping that sub alive for 73 months. I'm building a kind of cool fort, and they've added a lot of new animals to Dwarf Fortress, so I'm building an army of new animals. These guys. Also, apparently it's party time. Who's ready for party time, chat? The dwarves are partying for the raid. In fact, they're performing a dance. This is the luxury of tweeting. We don't get that luxury in 2026. A social group dance originating in the Passionate Anvil. The form guides dancers during improvised performances. The dance is accompanied by the golden tresses. The dancers perform in several lines. And this dance is a refined art form with 5 specific moves to be mastered. The dance is flamboyant. Just gonna let them move through this slowly. Because they're all over here singing. Are they simulating stuff? Just watching, singing, performing. These dwarves are just meditating on torture. Maybe it's the singing over here is the torture that they're meditating on. I'm just like, I'm contemplating the concept of torture while there's just like people singing and dancing right next to them. You know, 2 sides of the same dwarf. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. And of course the cat's dancing too. Dance is a form of torture. Depends on the dance. Trying to make somebody who doesn't know how to dance is maybe a form of torture. Simulating is like the equivalent of playing air guitar or beatboxing. They have to actually know how to play the instrument in order to pick it up. The only ones I've seen them consistently use are like stationary ones, like the ones that you construct. Sophitus? Because I don't kill people in real life, Elkbird, but I play a lot of video games where I shoot things. I've played every Grand Theft Auto game. That's actually not true. I haven't played Grand Theft Auto 2. I've played most of the Grand Theft Auto games. But I'm not going to go do that in real life. Also, it's not like a lot of the gods that people worship in real life are any more innocent than Dwarf Fortress gods. I think like the actual like realer answer is because imperfect characters are believable. I'm in. Sign me right up. I'm not using any mods. EPGLR. Everything you see is vanilla. Actually, can't really do that. Get you in here too. No, not cage traps. I need these. Yeah, it's like cultural like requirements, I guess. That's maybe not the right word to use, but one of my big boys has been stung by a bee. How did the squatty do after bullying the kobolds some more? We snuck in undetected. Excellent. And we stole treasure, which in this case is nothing valuable. All right, now that we've stolen treasure from the kobolds twice, I'm going to stop attacking the kobolds. We're going to go attack the... Sorry, Ruthless Cross. It's like Motocross, but they're more ruthless. Were Spies! We're going to go attack the Were Spies. So they're going to go attack Were Spies. That's just a very funny name. It's like Spy versus Spy, but they're Were Spies. So like during the full moon, they turn into James Bond. I mean, I don't think I'm an evil person, but I listen to some pretty evil music. Like some really sadistic, dark stuff. You know, like I don't think Trent Reznor is particularly evil, but he's got some pretty evil songs. I don't think that Corpse Grinder is evil, but literally read any Cannibal Corpse lyrics. That being said, James Hetfield, very evil. Hadfield, not Hatfield, or whatever the Metallica guy's name is. Very evil. I can't believe they would do that to poor old Napster. Napster didn't believe it. Didn't deserve that. Napster deserved better. Napster did nothing wrong. That's actually not true. Napster did plenty wrong, but they were too easy to get caught. They were too loud about what they were doing. Trent Reznor also did the soundtrack for The Social Network, which is maybe the best part of that movie. It's mostly Lars. Well, Lars is also evil. James is just the name that I conjure quicker. Like to give your Embark guys all musical skills and then they party all the time. It's really fun when you give dwarves like really high comedian stats because then they become friends way quicker, Julian. Unless they all have terrible sense of humor and then they're just outraged all the time, which is also really funny for different reasons. Didn't Trent make a Quake soundtrack? I thought it was like an alternative soundtrack. Maybe I'm wrong. No, I'm thinking of something else. Unrelated to Trent Reznor and musicians that have done nothing wrong. You know the video game Tribes? Originally, Tribes was supposed to have a theme song written by Motley Crue. It's fucking horrible, but worth looking up. If you want to laugh your ass off. I also really liked Tribes back in the day. I was horrible at it, but I liked it. Even got some kicks out of Tribes Ascend, even though that wasn't very good. But if you want to hear some genuinely awful music, I do recommend listening to Motley Crue's theme song for Tribes Ascend. It is a special kind of horrible. You were a beta tester for Tribes, like the original? That's wild. Small world. Remember Korn did a song for a Silent Hill game? Didn't Korn star in the hit video game that was aspiring to be a hit video game franchise, Haze? I vaguely recall Korn being in the video game Haze. Although, to be generous, I only vaguely recall the video game Haze to begin with, so... Sorry, beak dogs? Why do I have beak dogs? Must have stolen those. Yep. How'd they do? Snuck in, snuck out. Undetected by the Hell of Thrones. Okay, that's actually a good name. Of the mysterious monster. The Pebble Land of Pebbles stole livestock from where spies. And the goblin bird breach doomed the Hall of Thrones spotted the forces of the passionate anvil on the way out. We got elk birds, beak dogs, and elk birds. Good. Good. I'm sorry, how many goblins? The Dark Goblin Pits of Doomdaub. There's 10,000 of them, chat. I'm sure that's fine. This is fine. I want to steal this artifact called bins. but it's a human castle. I don't want to go to war with 2 people. You know, sometimes I think it's probably a good idea to check the population of your enemy before you invade them. It's like, wait, how many of you is there? Elkbird's mentioned. True, Elkbird's butchered. We're also training up our big boys to be military. So soon we're just going to have a bunch of war these guys. See? Currently it's mostly just elephants still. Let's hope they make us some babies. If it was somebody doing a parody, it really kind of sounds like somebody making fun of Motley Crue. It's really what it sounds like. Like, it seems like a joke parody of Motley Crue, except it's also Motley Crue. The, like, running theory that I've heard about that Motley Crue theme is that it was a rejected riff that they were thinking about maybe putting into a previous album that, like, wasn't good enough, and then they just shouted Tribes a bunch, and because they didn't know what Tribes was. Which is very funny. Like, hysterical in a way. Although that initial riff isn't bad until he starts talking. Like, it's all right for a few seconds. And then you realize that it's just that forever, and you're like, oh no, actually, this is really bad. I need to go. This is a nightmare and a travesty, and probably a crime. Cleaner and sharper than you recall. There was a slight overhaul to the cheese hamburger in YouTube chat. There was a graphic. There has been several different little minor graphical tweaks to the look of things. But if yours looks worse, double check your scaling mode. If you have it set to certain modes, like if you have it set to Lacansos, it looks kind of bad when you zoom all the way in. If you have it set to nearest neighbor, it looks great when you're zoomed all the way in, but awful when you zoom all the way out. If you set it to automatic, then it swaps back and forth based on where you're at, and I think that one looks the nicest generally. So it could depend on your rendering settings. It could also depend on, like, when you last watched. Okay, that's weird. I just got a ping from Steam. Asking to control input devices. It's like an OS level notice. Which is something that Steam asks when you're doing Steam in-home streaming to another machine. Yeah, my other machine's off. That's really weird. Oh, well then. It's a bit late. Yeah, I've been on for almost 8 hours too. Getting a little loopy here. Hope you have a good night, Elkbird. Sorry for butchering you 3 times. The Outpost Liaison and my dwarven friends have arrived to trade, and trade sentiments are very good. I guess that's good. Optimal, even. And the crazy goat hath returned. They snuck in undetected by the Ace of Hatred and searched the place. And Dune Dawns was stolen. I wanted to know what Doondons was. It sounded just like an artifact. So what is Doondons? That is the name of my artifact mechanism that Rolf made, the vaginal lock. Well, that's great. What the hell is Doondons? Oh! It's a totem. A human skull totem. I'm gonna put that on my tavern. Or in my tavern, because that's grim, and I like it. I'll take it. I'm using Kashi. Not Minky Green. Something has collapsed on the surface? Oh no! Tree went kabang. How's everyone been? It's been a while. It has been a minute, Corey. You haven't been able to try the update? So it's... I'd say dinos are like maybe 20% of it. A lot of it is like these guys. And like giant snakes. I do have some dinos though. My current impression of them is they lay too many fucking eggs. Like way too many fucking eggs. They lay like 20 to 40, sometimes more eggs. It's ridiculous. And a lot of them grow up very quickly. So how are they? A little bit overpowered once you get them going. But fun. However, merit deserves reward. I come in power to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Could you imagine the trade wagons? Damn right I can. Where's Pebble? Not that Pebble. Oh, there you are. Pebble, god of pebbles. Slexwell is now officially moving up in the fort. As you bloody well should be. They want crutches. Next year. I think I can work with that. And also, I'm going to go up to here and I'm going to butcher a bunch of things. Let's just go ram. What other things do I have that I can butcher? Not as much as I'd like, actually. I think I'll just butcher to a use. It's 1:30 a.m. All right, Orgro. You have a good night. They look so good. All of the new sprite. I made a video which is just like an hour of me putzing around in arena mode, trying to place all of the new sprites as I see them in arena mode on the VOD channel. So if you want to see a whole bunch of new sprites, I do recommend going and having a peek at that. It's a bit of a blast. Just waiting on this dwarf to finish eating. You wish you were cooler? Where's cooler? I mean, cooler drew most of my emotes. Zane. No problem, cheese. In YouTube chat. The original CD-ROM of the first Quake had the soundtrack by 9 Inch Nails. Right. You could play straight from the disc. For some reason, I thought that was like the sequel or something. Also, this is incredible. We're trading with 2 dwarven factions, but one of them shows up afterwards, and they bring wagons because we're a barony now. Well, that's awesome. I actually kind of want to watch this one wagon make its way in. They're like, oh shit, I hear they're barony. Gotta upgrade, guys. Oh, you wish you were cooler as in, like, temperature, not cooler as in the person. Got it. The person who drew most of my emotes was named Cooler. I'll sell you these, plus a bunch of these. They brought what exactly? Let's see. Buy some toys for the kids. And some fish for food variety. Some more fruits, because why not? Some books, and more books, and trade. And for the other ones, they're still unloading. Yeah, the diplomacy stuff still is very basic, but it's like, it feels like there should be additional mechanics for it. Like when you go click on another location, you now have the diplomacy tab. And if you have one of these, you could make peace or try. So I'm going to send Mengus, who's my negotiator, who's going to go try and make peace now. We'll see how that goes. I'm sure not well. Unless he literally already left the map. That's wild. Oh, Magnus. Who's currently drinking. Go figure. And then getting a snacky boo. Because I just sold all my meals. It's unfortunate. See what you brought. Oh, that was the one I just traded with. I lied. The second one was the first one wasn't the one I just traded with. Tanzanites. Brought a KV boar and a singular dog. Well, that's suboptimal. I'll buy the display case, the book, trade all these. We'll buy the cheese for some food variety. Buy the fish. Just gonna buy the new socks. And the shoes. Fancy robe. Trade. Done. And so then they just go and head out after he's done eating, which he does in a temple. Which he's probably going to be real happy about, actually, because that's a pretty decent meal, also in a pretty decent dining room. And then he's going to go make peace at Dreadbreed. Why do I not expect this to go well? It's just, you know, a hunch I have. Anyway, Zulban has given birth to a girl. So congratulations to Zulban. They're digging out that. These dwarves are still refusing to sleep anywhere proper. Actually gonna take them off duty for a little bit. At least you're sleeping near a waterfall. Corey, no pants, because you're not fancy pants. You have no pants because you're a baby. She is never moved by the emotions of others and has a strong sense of duty. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she has little interest in joking around. She tries to keep her things orderly, and she is curious and eager to learn. She doesn't handle stress well, and she generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She can sometimes act without deliberation, does not easily fall in love, rarely develops positive feelings, tends to avoid crowds, doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She has a greedy streak, is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she can occasionally overindulge. She holds her breath when she's nervous, and she laughs in a distinct fashion when she's exasperated and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of raising a family and personally sees war as a useful means to an end and will fight to the death to not have to wear pants, and values loyalty. She thinks that Kimberlite is pretty cool. Copper she likes, and Red Diamond as well. Warthog Hoof and the color... Or wait, that's not a color. And Cave Crocodile. The color Cave Crocodile. And Cave Crocodile Bone. And Snapping Turtle Shell, as well as the color Apple Green. Almost Cave Crocodile. Those are white, though. And Bolts and Gloom Crones for their macabre ways. Who told the baby about Gloom Crones? That's just poor parenting. She likes the sight of the luxury of tweeting. Oh, that's who told her. And when possible, prefers to consume Nothriachus. Sure. And bilberry wine as well as onions, and hates praying maggots. Her mom's Zolban and her dad's Onul. Her mom has a big stick and is reading Dwarf book. I'm not joking. It's called Dwarf book. The Dwarf book, which is a Forgotten Beast parchment scroll, and the rollers are made from pink jade. Written on the item is an essay entitled The Dwarf Book, authored by a dwarf named Aerith. It concerns the end of the membership of the dwarf Aerith in the untoward faith in the year 40. The writing is as voracious as can be, and the prose is masterful. Thanks for the 4th month point of view. Appreciate you. Hey, chatteroonies. I have a headache, and I'm dozing off in my chair a little bit because it's warm in here. I think we've made good progress today, and we just started a war with the goblins. And Magnus went and demanded peace with the goblins. And after attempting to negotiate persuasively, Osnon Doom Ages negotiated with flattery in turn, and in turn had the mastery. And the attempt was a spectacular failure. So that's fun. Anyways, I think we made some great progress today in the fortress. I mean, the progress looks awesome. We now have this nice big above ground area with the nice cleared roadway. Down in the fortress itself, things have expanded quite a bit. I mean, we've still got some things that are very unfinished, but some things are very nicely expanded looking. I mean, this area fits in the screen now, whereas it was like just this tiny little center thing before. We built the new soon-to-be future tomb that looks like a pig. We caught a bronze colossus. Killed some goblins, amongst other things. There's a stairs down here that goes all the way down to here, which I probably need to dig up more of. All the way up here, we've got this lovely walkway which runs across, which dwarves are using quite frequently, back and forth, to do various things. And I think it looks nice. What did Magnus do? Oh, he failed horribly when trying to negotiate with the Goblin Overlord to stop attacking us. That's what. You went and tried to make peace, and the proposal was a spectacular failure. At least you tried to make peace and didn't come back having been made into pieces. Because that would be a much more spectacular failure. But, chat room... I think that's me for the day. My brain's kind of gone kaput. I don't know if you guys have noticed me talking in circles, but I've noticed me talking in circles and it's bugging me. It's warm in here, and I'm sweaty. So the plan this next week is Saturday I'm going to do a stream. I won't be streaming Sunday, and I won't be streaming next week because next week I'm going on a short trip. So instead of streaming, I'm going to focus on trying to get another big video work done. So I'm going to try and get as much progress done as possible on it because